One, two, three. Test interpretation is on. Good morning. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. In line with the Charter of the National Assembly and 125 article of the Constitution and the 29 March number 1 decision of the Standing Committee for European Integration today on the 4th of April in the hall of the sessions of the National Assembly. We have a session to discuss the Armenia's European integration, new perspectives and challenges. Dear colleagues, this is the working order that I would like to propose to work in. Many of you have already approached and registered for having a speech, understanding that there is many people who would like to speak. I propose you to speak within 5 minutes. I also propose per political party, per person, if there is a desire, including National Assembly factions, you can speak for up to 10 minutes. Only one person per political party, per political faction of the National Assembly. Dear colleagues, for the opening speech, I would like to invite Mr. Armen Yeroyan, who is the chair of the Standing Committee for European Integration in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. You can hear me. Dear colleagues, once again, I would like to welcome you in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. Today, we will discuss the new challenges and perspectives for the European integration of the Republic of Armenia, taking into consideration the active political developments in the past period. Before then, I will just make an opening speech. Dear colleagues, the Republic of Armenia and the European Union started diplomatic relations since immediately after the independence of the Republic of Armenia. Our first interstate or international agreement is from 1996 and entered into force 1999. That's the Partnership and Cooperation Agreement, which is a model agreement for the former Soviet republics. In some sense, it is also a framework agreement where there is it prescribes the general political commitments for both sides, and until 2017, until the SEPA agreement signing and entering into force, the Republic of Armenia and the European Union relations were regulated by the aforementioned 96 agreement. Before then, the Republic of Armenia went through a very important process of relations in 2000s when the EU had its largest expansion with 10 Eastern European states becoming EU members, and this is when the EU started first European neighborhood policy, then also Eastern Partnership policy. And the Republic of Armenia participated in both. And I shall say that, speaking about Eastern Partnership format, we had quite active work, and it is exactly then when the Republic of Armenia and the government of the Republic of Armenia also started the association agreement negotiations with the EU. Not only Armenia, but also 3 other Eastern Partnership countries, that is Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. These were new types of model agreements, which in some sense resembled Western Balkan Association agreements. The agreement that was negotiated back then was more comprehensive, more inclusive, much more mandatory with its legal force and legal norms, and the agreement, as an important part of the agreement, was free trade provision. For 3 years, after 3 years of negotiations around this agreement and finalizing it, also after hearing words of praise from the EU that Armenia was the best in the process, was having the most progress in the negotiations, was having the best results in this process. However, in September 2013, after the well-known events, the Republic of Armenia refused signing this agreement, and back then the Republic of Armenia became a member of the Customs Union, which later became the Eurasian Economic Union. Nonetheless, negotiations with the EU did not stop, because the main objective of the association agreement was the free trade component. Negotiations did continue for this component in order to remove this component from the agreement, and in fact we signed another agreement, the one that is in force now, that is the SEPA Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement. Is the same association agreement without the free trade component. The agreement initially entered into force. Some of the provisions entered into force as of 2018, and it fully entered into force on the 1st of March 2021, after it was ratified by all the EU member states. I would like to say a word or two about this agreement, SEPA agreement. I think this agreement in some ways, for our public, if I may say also for our experts, it has been something underestimated in some ways. What do I mean by this? I mean that all the provisions, if all the provisions of the current agreement are fulfilled, not faked, but really fulfilled, comprehensively fulfilled, the process of European integration for the Republic of Armenia, we may say, will be several steps ahead, several more steps ahead, because I will repeat, it is the same agreement that Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine have without the free trade component. Here, the agreement regulates matters about rule of law, justice, norms and standards, governance, healthcare, education. Almost all these spheres are included in this agreement. And we do our best for the provisions of this agreement, even if with a bit of delay, but be implemented in the highest quality. In this period, what geopolitical changes have we seen, especially after 2020? We can visibly see how more active the EU has become in our region for different reasons, about which I would not now have time to speak. But as of 2021, the EU proposed to Armenia a new economic and investment program with 2.6 billion euros support package. This, I have to say, is something with mixed instruments, be it loans, be it grants. This support is provided with, and as of now, from this amount, we have already received, we have already targeted 550 million euros. Much of it is for SME support, privileged loans. This is why this component was spent so fast, because the business, the private sector, very fast was able to absorb this component. The other components include capital expenses for objective or subjective reasons you may know are a bit slow in progressing or in spending or in targeting. The biggest component is about north-south highway Agarak-Sisian part of the road, which is a very complicated, geographically complicated part, and this component includes about 1 billion euro. In this regard, we have some progress, quite some progress in the works. We can, if we have an occasion separately on a different occasion, we can of course speak about this. But besides this, the EU also enhanced and expanded its geopolitical presence in the region, because you may know that after the 2022 attack on the southern territory of the Republic of Armenia, the EU in a very short period of time, unprecedented short period of time, taking into consideration the institutions in the EU, a decision was taken to back then send a temporary civilian monitoring mission to the Republic of Armenia for 2 months. But as of January 2023, the EU took a decision to have permanent monitoring mission deployed in the Republic of Armenia. It is difficult to underestimate the role of this mission for our state, for the security of our state until this point. I have to say that in general, EU has 13 civilian missions around the world, and this is one of them. With its scale, it's one of the largest, probably the second or the third largest. And recently, as of December, the EU took a decision to expand the number of monitors up to 209 monitors. Besides, dear colleagues, Armenia has also approached to the EU to become beneficiary of the European Peace Facility, a proposal to the EU. This is yet another security instrument that provides different kind of support to the states, from technical support to non-lethal arms provision. This question is now under discussion, and I do hope that Armenia will also become part of the EPF, European Peace Facility, or become a beneficiary thereof. Besides, recently the Council, EU-Armenia Cooperation Council, which is the highest interstate body, EU-Armenia Cooperation Council, reached an agreement to start working on a new agenda for the EU-Armenia partnership and define more ambitious priorities for cooperation on all levels. What does this mean? This more means political commitment, a political document, which also at the moment is in the process of making, and we do hope that its elaboration will be finalized as of May, June. Indeed, also, I have to mention about the role of the European Parliament for relations between Armenia and the EU and for the further development of those relations. The European Parliament, I have to say, is the flagship for further deepening and development and improvement of our relations, and in all possible ways it is trying to further this agenda also in other institutions. It is only enough to mention the most recent two reports. One is about general security policy and external policy. These are two important reports in the parliament where very much focus is for regional security and matters related to Armenia. And I have to say that the situation was described there with academic precision. It is a political document, but the objectivity of the assessments were close to academic precision. Besides, the recent resolution of 13 March in the Parliament of the EU about improving Armenia-EU relations, there too we started a new wave of discussions in our public and also in the EU about Armenia's perspectives for European integration, directions, tools, phase, speed, volume, scale. And today I would like to hear opinions from you. I would like the opinions to be different from each other about the perspectives and the challenges that we may see based on the situation that was described for us. How far and how deep can we see Armenia's relations for European integration? What challenges do you see? If you see the challenges, how do you propose overcoming these challenges? I would very much like to hear your opinion on this. It is indeed, and it will indeed be very important, including for the political majority and for those responsible for developing the external policy. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would like to invite and give the floor to the head, His Excellency Ambassador of the EU Delegation in the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Vasilis Moragos.
Barajest, to be here with you today. I will continue where Mr. Jan stopped, just to explain where we stand in our cooperation right now. So I'm not going to go back to the history. First of all, on the new partnership agenda. That's to become. The process to prepare this new partnership agenda was launched at the last EU-Armenia Partnership Council. This was a meeting which was held in February this year, more than 1 month, in Brussels. And actually this is following the meetings in Granada, a fact-finding mission that we held last November, but even most importantly, the tasking by the European Council, the leaders of the European Union, which have asked High Representative Borrell and the European Commission, the EU institutions, to prepare options to develop EU-Armenia relations in all their dimensions. This is the basis, this is the mandate on the basis of which we are working right now. We expect that the new partnership agenda will update the existing partnership priorities, which were agreed back in 2017. Building on the SEPA, Mr. Yehoyan mentioned about SEPA, you know about it, you have ratified it, but also Armenia's active participation in the Eastern Partnership. It will set new priorities for joint work in order to achieve the objectives of SEPA, but also to identify what we can do more. Several elements are being considered here: democracy, human rights, foreign and security policy, economic cooperation, sectoral issues, including energy, the green transition, trade issues, economic diversification, quality infrastructure to make sure that the products which are produced in Armenia are of a higher quality so that you can achieve better access to international markets, but also, more importantly, even mobility and people-to-people contacts. This new agenda will build on past cooperation, but will make it also more tangible. As we work on the new agenda, we don't remain idle. Work is ongoing in all areas. Both the EU and Armenian side agree that there has never been such a dynamic period in bilateral dialogue, but also in the development of the bilateral relations beyond dialogue. I want to cite in particular the presence of Foreign Minister Mirzoyan at the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels late last year, the Partnership Council that we heard in February, but also the high-level meeting to be held tomorrow in Brussels. When it comes to the ongoing work, first of all, I want to stress the work on the implementation of SEPA, the Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement. A key perspective is the full implementation of this agreement, focusing in particular on regulatory alignment, approximation of legislation, and reforms. The challenge lies in meeting the various standards that the Armenian side committed to, EU standards, in areas such as governance, human rights, environment, the green and the digital transition, but also in areas such as quality infrastructure, veterinary and phytosanitary controls. Mr. Yehoyan mentioned already the economic and investment plan that you know quite well. The EU's focus is now to accelerate its implementation. This will include work on the digital transformation, the green economy. This plan presents opportunities for Armenia to modernize its economy. To accelerate the implementation of the economic and investment plan, we have recently set up, together with the government, but also international financial institutions, an investment coordination platform, which is putting together all the stakeholders and aims to review the state of play of each one of the projects, each one of the flagships, and identify the actions to be taken to accelerate the relevant investments. Work is underway, but I want to urge more and faster implementation. As it was already mentioned, the Economic and Investment Plan has mobilized more than 550 million euro. You can make the calculation, but this is more than 230 billion drams. And I wish in particular here to mention the investments we have done in Green Yerevan, the support to the economy already mentioned by previous speaker and the private sector, but also our ongoing work in Syunik, where together with our member states, we have mobilized more than 120 million euro. There are more than 35 projects being implemented in Syunik as we speak. This is a Team Europe initiative which is covering investments in infrastructure, notably small infrastructure, education, civil society, economic development and employment, but also green agriculture. Many people in Armenia are focusing on security issues. I'm very pleased that we have advanced and enhanced our cooperation in security. And here I want to mention mainly 4 issues. First, our political and security dialogue with Armenia. The last meeting was in November. Very important meeting, very clear common objectives and very frank dialogue. And I want to thank the Armenian authorities for their commitment to that dialogue. Second, the presence of the EU civilian monitoring mission in Armenia, which is observing the situation on the Armenian side of the border, taking into account the challenges in security, and is contributing in a very clear way, very obvious to all Armenian people on the ground, contributing to human security in conflict-affected areas. Third, following a request by Armenia, the European Union is now considering support to the Armenian armed forces, non-lethal support, but a substantial one, I hope, and we all hope, to strengthen their capacities. This is under the European Peace Facility. And last but not least, let me repeat here that the European Union remains engaged and fully committed in promoting peace and normalization in the region. Our work with the EU Special Representative, Mr. Toivo Clark, but also the meetings which had been organized by President of the European Council are a testimony to that. We remain committed and we would like really this process to go back on track. Closing, I wish to stress 3 points. First of all, ownership. Very often I'm being asked what is the intention of the European Union in Armenia, what do you want to do with this new partnership agenda? My reply to this question is that the new partnership agenda is being shaped and will be shaped by both sides. And it is the ambition of the Armenian people and of all of you, and actually hearings like this one are extremely important. Thank you for organizing it. In order to shape an agenda which will take our partnership further. We share common values, we share our commitment to multilateralism and to a rules-based international order. This is extremely important, and I hope and I believe that we are going to achieve very concrete results together. So for these reforms that we are talking about, the reforms that you know very well how needed are in Armenia, we need ownership, stronger ownership, clear ownership by the authorities, by the civil society, by the institutions, the experts. Nobody should be left behind. You have the basis, it is about making sure that it works efficiently. So in this respect, I want in particular to stress the importance of public administration reform and the continuation of the democratic and institutional reforms. I'm very encouraged by the commitment of all interlocutors in making things happen, since actually I have arrived in Armenia last September. My second point is about rule of law and democracy. A well-functioning independent justice system, which includes a strong anti-corruption framework, will enhance the resilience of Armenia as it confronts various threats and challenges. Respect for the rule of law is a key requirement also to enable sustainable economic growth. Here, I also want to stress the legal framework for the functioning of private companies. We have a very strong legal framework in the EU on company law. This is very, very important, including other economic regulations, like, for instance, in the area of intellectual property. EU-Armenia cooperation is also crucial in respect to rule of law. I'm happy that we have concluded the negotiations on the agreement on Armenia's cooperation with Eurojust, which is going to be signed actually tomorrow in Brussels. This will enhance judicial cooperation in criminal matters, and its implementation will be based on a joint commitment to ensure high standards in protection of personal data, judicial independence, and rule of law. Here, I want also to say that we welcome Armenia's work and commitment on avoiding the circumvention of sanctions. My final point, and I know how much it is in your minds, is our support to refugees. The actions of the government, the local authorities, and in particular the common people in Armenia, have been remarkable so far. The European Union and its member states have already mobilized more than 60 million euro in humanitarian support, in budget support, and we are now discussing with the government further support, including for housing, for livelihoods, and we are also ready to prepare a comprehensive program empowering civil society to continue with the social and psychological support, but also other specific issues where actually the civil society may be best placed than the government. Dear friends, dear Deputy Minister, dear Mr. Yekoyan, the European Union is committed to take our partnership to a higher level. We will continue to work tirelessly to strengthen our ties, based on our commitment to joint values, our engagement in multilateralism, a rules-based international order. Next month, we are going to celebrate the Europe Day here in Armenia. In this context, we will organize an exhibition focusing on joint achievements, promoting our common European spirit, because we are all Europe. Thank you very much. Snorha Kalucha.
Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, from any political party, would anyone want to have a speech? Very well. 1, 2. Mr. Babajanyan? Now it's time for the political parties. You can take the floor. Dear Chair, dear representatives of the diplomatic corps, Mr. Ambassador, my apologies. Those who are speaking on behalf of the political parties, please fix 10 minutes on the screen. For everyone else, 5 minutes. Sorry for interrupting. The leaders of political parties, partners, colleagues, representatives of the civil society, dear compatriots. First of all, I would like to thank you for organizing these hearings and also for taking into consideration our proposals for this important event, for organizing this important event, this important hearings. We mainly spoke here about projects that now are in process between IAM and the EU, especially Mr. Yeroyan spoke about challenges, about threats, and asked for us to identify if we see any. I am convinced deeply that the main threat and challenge is fears. Fears that do not allow us to be able to take independent, brave decisions and not to give way to different pressures, not to allow for this different pressures to affect us and to be resilient against these pressures, because pressures are normal in international relations. We should not be afraid of them and we should not be paralyzed because of them. That's something that happens very often here. But in order to overcome them, we shall have the capacity, the content, the mind for it. And I think that for us, there's a need to stand beyond such stereotypes, such fears, because the issue, the purpose is in beliefs, in the interpretation of the concepts of independence. For us, when we are speaking about independence, there are different two interpretations. One is that we shall accept Russia's dominance and give our independence or give up our independence to Russian dominance and be guided by the dictate of survival and giving priority to security. Maybe this way we will be able to ensure our physical security. But in this case, national security will stop to exist, because if there is no country, then there cannot be any talk or discussion about security. The Russia's patronage for Armenia and the entire such experience that we had, that Armenia relied on the operational and strategic security of Russia. Throughout this time, Armenia has only lost. On the one hand, it has blocked. It has blocked and had to pay for Russia's agreements with Turkey, with Azerbaijan. It had to pay the bill for Russia's activities. But hopefully now we are more sober. Now, hopefully, we all better understand that the last and final way to save Armenia is to get out of the military political system of Russia. And I'm so much sorry that people only now understand this, because for us, the state destroying approach of Russia, maybe tens of years ago, starting from 27th of October, we could not conclude this earlier. We did not come to this conclusion because we lost the Artsakh. But had we done this earlier, at least in September 2013, had we been able to avoid the shame that happened in 2013, we would at least be able to say that 2020 would not have become a year of disaster for us. Remaining in the military, political, and economic vector of Russia, every day we will face threats to the existence of Armenia. Many of us facing this issue subconsciously remember 1915 genocide. For all of us, there is the concern that the geopolitical issues of Armenia, especially absence of relations between Armenia and Turkey, and very heavy and difficult heritage of relations between Armenia and Turkey, are blocking perspectives for further development of Armenia and only allowing Armenia's physical security as part of Russia. I would like to remind you that after 1915 there was 1937. Within the Russian composition, Armenian genocide continued in Sardarabad, in Shahumian, and the Circle operation, very well known. In 1937, Armenian society, Armenian intelligence, and intelligentsia, the loss that they had is no different from the Armenian genocide. Charents and Varujan were killed for the same purpose. To sum this all up, as of 2020, within the same military political alliance with Russia, we faced a destructive war that was then turned out to be a Russia-Turkish operation in South Caucasus. Had we been guided with the psychology of survival in our history, we would not have had Avarair, Sardarabad. On the one hand, we would have given up on religion. On the other hand, we would have given up to the Turks or to the Russians. But this also shows that we do not have the right to accept this situation. We need to take the initiative in overcoming this situation. And I need to mention that there is also the irrational thinking when it comes to the basis and values of the statehood, that there are priorities and there are issues that are subject or not subject for compromise. And here too we need to come to an agreement around those issues that cannot be subject to discussion. And this is our sovereignty, this is Armenian statehood, democracy, and this one is very important for the statehood of Armenia. No democracy, no statehood. This is the rule. For many of us, we may think that the reason of the situation is the war, but the war has not created the crisis in the statehood for the statehood of Armenia, but it has been something that discovered the entire broader picture. The war is not the reason, the war is the consequence of what was done before, the crisis that happened before that people didn't want to speak about. And one of the reasons for that crisis, if not the main reason, is that we, instead of building Armenian statehood, instead of having in its basis the objective of building a state and homeland, but we instead created a country to ensure the security of Artsakh, not to protect Artsakh, but just to keep Artsakh safe. And for this, we were even ready to give up on Armenia. For security, we gave up our independence, our opportunity and chance to create infrastructure and industrial bases. Instead of doing that, we were destroying this. And only after losing Artsakh, we realized that we have deprived ourselves the infrastructure based on which we would have been able to build our own safe, sustainable defense system. There's the wrong thinking in Armenia that in the current geopolitical situation, priority shall be survival and not state building independence. And it seems that in some circles of Armenia, people are ready to sacrifice independence. And in modern societies, there cannot be survival without independence. And the perspectives for EU membership that we may now see, of course, requires efforts and work. And I think that we shall not spare efforts. We shall take the commitment in order to be more modernized, more in line with European standards when it comes to the public thinking, management experience, or external policy. Mr. Babajanyan, please sum up. What to do in this case? I think that we need to have political security, defense, economic relations with the United States and the EU on an institutional basis, legal commitments towards each other to put an end or decrease significantly all kinds of Russian presence in Armenia, and of course revise the reform processes in Armenia and give European dimension to the works and increase resilience. Vertical modernization, technological improvement, economic improvement, infrastructure, production capacity. This is the key for success, the only key for success for Armenia. Armenia shall have connection and other satellites. It shall have not only independence energy, but shall also have the most modern roads, communication means, science, education, politics, functional chain. Regardless, it's peace or war, we need to work, work and work. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. For the next speakers, please introduce yourselves, your organizations, your positions for people to know who you are. From Republic Party will speak Madame Anahit Adamyan. Please, Madame Adamyan. Greetings. I was planning to speak in the end, but because I got a chance to speak now in the beginning, I would like to hope that our discussion will be based on content, comprehensive and important. And for this important discussion, I would like to thank the National Assembly as the organizers and the civil society and the experts. I think our discussion is not so much necessary for us because we very well know these topics, but it is necessary for the public, for the society, for the average Armenian in order to satisfy their fears and to bring confidence to them. Russia has not been viewing Armenia as a forepost. Now it's looking at Armenia as a disobedient forepost. Any action from the authorities always meets the Russian wall of Armenian interest from the beginning of the century, working in the National Assembly as the head of the Public Relations Department. I have witnessed negotiations of the chairs of the National Assembly. I can say that as country, in cooperating with the EU, we have always been pointed to perspectives, cooperation, opportunities. This is the difference between democracy and authoritarianism that the entire society can see, but not all can understand it in all its depth. Julius Caesar said, Alla jecta est. Situation is there. With all our losses, we have gone through the Rubicon. There's no way back. In the 20th century, our independence ended with 27th of October. in the 21st century, we have to think about sovereignty again. I think tomorrow, Brussels meeting with Mr. Pashinyan Blinken is the continuation of the process that the West had started long ago. We were discussing what is Brussels going to give to Armenia. But another question is, what is the package that the Prime Minister is going to take to Brussels? In Brussels, he needs to submit an application for EU membership. It will be good to have another meeting with the Secretary General of NATO to have a comprehensive enhanced cooperation agreement. The Prime Minister needs also to have a package for regional security, for military political agreements, and also to ensure Armenia's defense in cooperation with EU member states before any NATO membership. The Prime Minister shall also have economic development package. The Republic of Armenia shall also have trade and economic new agreements with the West in order to be able to overcome the exit from the Eurasian Economic Union without shocks and to ensure consumption markets for the Armenian products. It is without doubt that the Republic of Armenia shall leave not only the CSTO but also the Commonwealth of Independent States and the Eurasian Economic Union. The interstate agreements shall be revised, where the Armenian Railway is given to concessional governance by the Russians, Iran-Armenia gas pipeline, and also the Russian 102nd military base shall leave the Republic of Armenia. Based on the issues that we are facing and that exist, and based on the issues for them now we have opportunities to solve, Republic Party is proposing structural changes, including for the atomic energy, water resource management, minerals resource management, and most importantly, Euro integration ministry creation. Of course, we should also bring back the diaspora ministry, agro ministry, and after the trilateral meeting in Brussels, if the entire agenda is successfully implemented, it will be Azerbaijan who will be interested in signing a peace agreement with Armenia, despite the resistance and threats from Russia. And afterwards, Armenia shall have guarantees and guarantors. When Azerbaijan has Russia and Turkey on his back, Armenia will have the EU and the United States on his back. And this is not a geopolitical clash. This is a way to become Armenia more defendable, more resilient. For this concept, we need to take into consideration military, economic, geographic security issues, and also we should take into consideration that the security system in the region is changing, and also there are new chances for economic independence. It is not a challenge, but a door for opportunities, maybe the last one. For the Republic of Armenia is a number one priority for our party is strengthening the sovereignty of the Republic of Armenia and defending territorial integrity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. European Party. The floor is given to Mr. Tigran Khizmalian. The floor is yours, please. European Party of Armenia, Tigran Khizmalian. Dear Chairman of the Committee, Ambassadors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Armenia's European Party, or on behalf of the party, I am glad to welcome that change in the vector for Armenia. This is something that no one can deny anymore. We are happy that our political program is becoming a state policy. We shall realize also that not only for our society but for the entire world and the region especially, these processes are very important. What in the recent years was called South Caucasus, in front of our eyes is becoming Southeastern Europe, and Armenia in this Southeastern Europe is the southeastern border for civilization, politics, economy, etc. I would like to, on behalf of the party, make 3 proposals. Recently, there was a gathering of democratic forces and civil society. I made a proposal, but the public TV, public radio, and Armenian press reports mentioned nothing about this proposal, so my speech, it was edited, therefore I have to repeat it using this platform. We are convinced that in parallel with the government processes in the country, there shall be a pan-Armenian referendum so that Armenia's European integration would not be something of 1 or 2 persons' initiative or 1 or 2 political forces' decision, but for it to be a national decision, a decision for which the responsibility will be borne by the society, by the public, for the decision and the changes to have legal basis and from now on be irreversible. Naturally, the referendum requires work, requires time, it requires our joint efforts. That is why it is necessary, and here I will join Madame Adamian's and our colleagues' ideas that yes, we need to create European Integration Committee, Commission, or Ministry, whatever is more correct, but this is a work that needs to be done. Our opinions that until now are considered marginal, from now on shall become heard, perceived, understood by our society, not only for security reasons, but also for civilization, cultural, national identity maintaining purposes. In this regard, one more proposal I would like to make is that we think that it is necessary both in the capital city as well as in all regional centers, Mars centers, to create an entire network of European homes that shall become places for political education, self-education, business centers, entertainment, education, language, learning centers, for European integration to become from something theoretical to something that we will be doing every day in our country. And in the end, I am convinced that as a result of all of these processes, a logical conclusion shall be a snap parliamentary elections in Armenia, because to enter Europe with such a parliament, we are convinced is unacceptable, illogical, it is nonsense. Armenia is Europe and full stop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Conservative Party, Mr. Haik Mirzoyan, please take the floor. Thank you. Haik Mirzoyan, Conservative Party, Chair. Republic of Armenia, National Assembly, dear deputies, Chair, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Republic of Armenia needs to be integrated in the European community, but for this, there are a number of comments I would like to mention. First is value-based. Our people in the past 33 years have proven that they are bearing the European value systems. Despite several challenges, at least for democratic reforms, we are not falling anywhere behind our similar other countries. At least this is the assessment of our colleagues, the EU, the United States, and many other democratic countries and organizations. Despite the anti-civilization propaganda of the Soviet times, there is no doubt in our society what is the culture that we are bearing and with whom we may live in harmony. On our path to become a EU country, we have a homework to do, not only for the civil society, but also for the political community. The reality shall be accepted. Political parties that accept the reality have to have a clear political position and appropriate assessment to the Soviet occupation, to the presence of foreign occupational forces in the Republic of Armenia, to the Soviet symbols, and to the violent distortion of our history and our culture, and the need to spread light on all of this. I understand, I'm convinced that our people who see the reality will trust the political leadership of the country to those political forces that will be guided by civil values and will have appropriate attitude to those values. Integration for the European Union, second comment, is about economy. For the newly independent, from the newly independent Armenia, Russia has unjustly taken communication, energy, import, outside, output, blackmailed our economy, our economic operators, has been trying to force us remain under the vector, under the radar of Russia. For European integration, the responsibility falls on the government, on the authorities for the economy. We need to get clear agreements with those decision makers in Europe who make decisions for economic policy in Europe in order to be able to play an important role for the guiding of small and large organizations, for which it is important to highlight the role of NGOs, business societies, etc. And it is important to understand that as a result of the economic integration, we will have to increase the quality and competitiveness of Armenian products that will have its positive impact on our image, national image. I would like to emphasize that being an EU member country does not mean restricting the country with EU only. It means that with the support of the EU, we are creating an opportunity to enter broader markets. A third comment that I think is something that may be misinterpreted now is that of the security. Euro integration is or can become a real tool for solving security issues. The EU is the West, and the past security system that in our days is smoothly being diversified has brought regress from sovereignty and democracy. Agreements coming from Moscow. We need to break the chain, and we need the courage for this, which is until now misunderstood in the society, and people continue to follow the Russian agents' narratives until now. I I'm sure that there are no pro-Russian forces in Armenia, and when a second Nuzhdeh comes, we will not have to throw them from the cliffs. But based on the situation, people are confused, and in this context, integration on the way of integration with the EU, important is also to forgive politically and have brotherly attitude to our compatriots to reach public solidarity, something that was possible before 21st of September 1991. The Conservative Party throughout its 33 years of operations based on Armenia's independence principles has always voiced the need to remove the Russian military base from Armenia. Now, when we have high chances of loss or losing because of wars, we are calling again for leaving the Russian dominance sector, because if we do not do it now, if we hesitate now, the risks will be very high. Membership in the EU will also be a way to protect the sovereignty and territorial integration of Armenia by gaining real allies. The EU as a reliable ally that is committed to our sovereignty will surely use its force to help our fight and our protection of our common values and for the development of our economy, for independence and for democracy. Things that we have been loyal to in the past decades, that only 20 or 30 people in the Republic of Armenia were speaking about this. Dear compatriots, let's say goodbye to Russia right now. From this seat, Armenia is independent and shall always be independent. Thank you. Dear colleagues, any other party or faction that would like to speak? If not, then we start giving the floor to our Eastern Partnership Civil Society Platform Armenia coordinator, Mr. Edgar Khachatryan. Edgar Khachatryan. Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, Armenian National Platform Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Ambassador, dear deputies of the National Assembly, representatives of party, civil society, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to, on behalf of our platform, I would like to thank you for organizing hearings in this format. Indeed, it is very important. We had misheard about ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, not only gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. It is a very important discussion that we are having. In fact, I do not want to spend too much time on my speech. Very short, very brief, a bit emotional, but also rational. But I will remind you about two visuals. Please remember one visual when the Russian military was supporting the Azerbaijani military with Azerbaijani flag that was trying to put the flag of Azerbaijan on the Republic of Armenia's territory. Remember this picture. Then remember the other picture from yesterday's interview when the ambassador of France, Oliver de la Cote, answers Decotenny was answering on public TV to the questions of Mr. Petros Khazarian. The French diplomat very well replies the questions, but mainly had to answer two fears coming from Russia and Maria Zakharova. Questions were not so much about fears in the Republic of Armenia, but fears coming from the Russian Federation. And the French diplomat was quite well answering those questions, because we had reached to a point and they were asking, are your weapons low quality? We were asking such questions over public TV, and hundreds of thousands, not millions, but hundreds of thousands citizens of the Republic of Armenia would see this interview. In such a situation, to expect for our perception to be ready for us to be ready to overcome the barrier in our perception, to make a small step that is obvious for all of us, clear to all of us. Are we ready to go for that small steps, or are we still feeding our society with these fears? Instead of speaking about Armenia's ability to overcome the current challenges. Of course, we do not ignore the challenges. The civil society very clearly can see the challenges, very clearly sees that we have serious problems with fighting corruption. Instead of asking what support we can expect as the Republic of Armenia from our EU partners for overcoming corruption, for example, instead of giving a picture to the society of what we are doing, we are asking questions like, are your arms support of quality or not? We speak, for example, about ill treatment and torture in the 21st century in the Republic of Armenia that has democratic ambitions. We speak about ill treatment instead of speaking about what we are going to do to strengthen our legal and justice systems. We continue asking questions about threats coming from, or fears coming from, the Russian Federation. Instead of taking your time too much, dear colleagues, as the representatives of the Civil Society Forum, National Platform for European Integration, you know that which countries are there. It's Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Belarus, Azerbaijan. In fact, we have already agreement for the EU for Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia membership, but here we are left with Azerbaijan and Belarus only. Now I would like to ask each and every citizen, all of us, to myself, are we ready to remain alongside in the same group with these two countries or not? This is a simple question that as a society we need to answer. I think we don't even need a referendum for this. This is obvious to all of us that this path has no alternative, neither for the civil society, neither also on behalf of myself, on behalf of our colleagues. We are all fully ready to contribute as much as possible for the Republic of Armenia and the authorities of the Republic of Armenia to move forward in this regard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Khachaturian. To the chair, I invite EU-Armenia Civil Society Platform Armenia Coordinator, Madame Lucine Hagopian. I remind you that this platform was also created in the framework of SEPA provisions. Dear Mr. Yeroyan, Excellency, Ambassador Marcos, dear MPs, colleagues present, once again, myself also, I would like to thank the EU Integration Committee for initiating these hearings, and also from the very first proposal, I would like to say, let's organize such hearings a bit more often. Today we are having a general discussion, but let's for the future have EU-Armenia cooperation, new agenda, concrete thematic discussions for this be it for security, be it for economy, be it for democratic reforms, etc., etc. I would like to inform you that in 2024, March 14, we in our platform had yet another fourth meeting in Yerevan, and in this regard, we passed a bilateral declaration that is also posted in the EU-Armenia Civil Society platform's website. It's about 7 pages, and it sums up all the challenges that we had fixed for EU-Armenia cooperation agenda, including the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement commitments and their implementation. In this regard, we have also touched upon a number of issues. I will mention one or two of them. Specifically, we spoke about justice sector reforms and how unsatisfying the reforms level is, human rights protection and unsatisfying level, education sector integrity issues, also for the National Assembly and Yerevan elders discussions, Yerevan community, municipality. In all these processes, we have noticed obviously that there's a regress from democracy, and we would like to call for your attention to be more attentive in these sectors for democratic reforms. But we also welcome with our declaration EU-Armenia dialogue, security dialogue, February EU-Armenia Partnership Council meeting results, and of course, very important was the European Parliament's 13 March resolution, which we also appreciate very highly. In this opportunity, I would like also to use to speak about yet another very important challenge. Here I can see very respected colleagues from the civil society, Mr. Hovsep, Stepan Gregorian, and many others, other colleagues who in their everyday expert work, or besides that work, they also do great work to explain to the society public what exactly EU-Armenia cooperation means, what European values mean, what Europe does for Armenia, and also in this regard, it's a very heavy work. In this regard, myself also, we are very often, very broadly challenged, criticized, attacked by very clear circles, groups, which recently have been saying that, we need to be more reserved, we need to decrease our expectations, etc., etc. And that we are not that reserved is creating this exaggerated expectations for the society, public, that can have negative consequences. This is what our critics are saying. And in this context, we are being attacked. There is a wave of misinformation that we have to respond. And if we in this work are left alone, Armenia will lose a very important ally for the European integration process, which is something we would not want to see. And those calling us to be more reserved, I would like just to remind them about the example of Georgia, where the society is not reserved at all. And we can see that they became EU candidate status. They, in the context of negotiations, EU took into consideration the high, hesitant expectations of the people of Georgia. Thank you very much. This is my time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Hakopian. We'll give the floor to Mr. Hovsep Hoshutian, please.
Thank you. Dear Chair, the head of the delegation of the European Union, our colleagues, a week ago, there was the Assembly of the Democratic Powers, which was organized by the Civil Society Forum Platform of the Eastern Partnership in Armenia, and also the Civil Society Platform of EU and Armenia, and with the help of four parties: Republic Party, European Party, Conservative Party, and many other civil organizations, and also with the help of other individuals. And it was the Assembly of Democratic Powers and Opposition Powers, and which once again emphasized the direction of our society towards our vision, returning to the European family. And in this respect, it is very remarkable that other political powers also joined us, and I'm very thankful that also that the deputy head of the Civil Contract Party also participated, and which emphasized the importance of this platform. And from other parties also, United Communist Party also joined us. There were some reservation, and having such members joined, and I can say that these hearings will also play their significant role to make such discussions continuous. I really welcome the organization of such hearings in the National Assembly in order to hear the voice of the civil society. Of course, somehow we are in a strange situation. Whenever with our society, with our nation, we discuss our future, and all of a sudden it turns out that there is only one foreign power that wants to decide instead of us what kind of order we need in our nation, what order should be accepted in our country, and where we should proceed. And these colonizing approaches already remind us that we should get rid of them as soon as possible, those measures or means that Russia has on Armenia, and we need to we need to retrieve our sovereignty, which is somehow vulnerable. And of course, we understand what kind of difficult path we have chosen without carrying out lustration, without diversifying our economic ties abroad, and without reducing other types of influence coming from the Russian side. But if we don't start all these things now, then we will find in a more difficult situation, because the speed is hard. And I will also call on Armenian authorities to join the demand that the society has, and that was also voiced during the conference of the democratic powers, that Armenia should leave CSTO and EU. And I also joined the concept that was voiced here that the military base agreement should be terminated, because we say that CSTO, not only CSTO can't fulfill its obligations, but also the military base in Armenia can't fulfill its obligations. Usually all the obligations which are signed by the Russian side, and for which Russia always got a lot of stuff and didn't give anything in return. And as far as my time is up, I express my gratitude, and I would kindly ask to make such discussions more continuous, and I cherish that hope. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to Mr. Artak Zeynalyan. Is your registration still on? Yeah. Could you please clarify? Okay, I will tell who will be the next speaker. Mrs. McChristian. We have 36 people registered, and so far 5 or 6 speakers delivered their speech. So 30 more people will speak, and each of them will have 5 minutes. Then every subsequent speaker's name will be declared so that the person will get prepared. And thank you for your remark. And we will also have a break. It will be 1:30. Break time 1:30. Mr. Zelyanyan, welcome. Dear Chair, Your Excellency, dear deputies, dear ladies and gentlemen. In order to be able to answer what kind of prospects are expected for Armenia and what kind of challenges are in place, we need to answer this following question. European integration, becoming a member of the European Union, is it a goal for us, or it is just a means to get our goal? I think that becoming a member of the European Union, both for all members of the European Union and also for us, is a means to reach our goals. And what are our goals? Our goals, in essence, are recorded in the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. In all those values and rights that are stipulated in the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, they will be implemented more effectively and more efficiently when we become a member of the big family of the European Union. I frequently hear that when we become a member of this or that union, we will be subordinate, and in order to be somehow kept by them. I don't share this opinion, and I think that our compatriots, the citizens of the Republic of Armenia, are sure that not only we should receive from European Union, but also we should be able to give to the European Union. We should be able to have self-expression, and we should establish the fact that we are human beings, we have our identity, not only to get richer, but also we need to make them richer. I agree with all those observations that today Armenia has many things to do in the aspects of human rights, guaranteeing and human rights, and also guaranteeing those rights and the defense and protection. And one of the tools for the protection and ensuring rights is the adoption of laws and also the legal mechanisms. For adopting laws, it is necessary to have a specific and exact ratio, and each unit of the executive and legislative party should understand that they present authorities. And I agree with the opinion expressed by my colleague that today legislative body does not express that picture. The legislative body does not have opposition. The legislative body has political majority and there is a political minority, and both of them present authorities. Not that they have the right to implement authorities, but they are supposed, they must conduct their authorities, and they should be able to carry out their obligations, their political obligations. And I'm also talking about the political minorities, irrespective of the number of the mandates, because they are equal authorities. Now we're talking about the legal protection mechanisms. If we leave the protection of rights only on the shoulders of courts, then the courts will not be able to carry out, because the justice should be carried out also by the administration and administrative departments. Whether the courts and extra judicial bodies and institutions are enough, I will honestly say that no, if we answer this question. I'm already finishing. If there is an intervention to the human rights by the state bodies, and it is normal when this process happens, but there should be also the check of the extent of this intervention through the human rights, and then there should be also be corresponding measures. Can we say how many cases were in Armenia that the administrative organization compensated for the violated human right? In the history of Armenia, I didn't see any such case. And talking about the number of violations, I mean the permissible violations, to what extent or to what kind of number there should be the violations, and if there is no compensation for the damage, there is no provision, it means that we need to develop new means for the protection of human rights, and we need European integration. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zeynalyan. I give the floor to Mr. Stepan Grigoryan and Mrs. Narina Megashyan. Please get prepared. Good day. I welcome all the participants of this event. First of all, I want to tell that I agree with Lucine Hakopian's idea that society's opinion and also society's influence on the authorities plays a big role, so that the authorities go towards European integration. We saw it in Georgia, and the same should be done also in Armenia, considering that the moods were changed. And I recommend you to read the surveys of a recent period and to see what kind of opinion Armenian society has about the different countries who we see as friendly countries: France, United States, Iran, but Russia is not on that list. That is, many things have changed. But I want to use this platform for thanking European Union, the United States and France, that they are restraining the aggressiveness coming from Russian and Azerbaijani alliance, because this alliance is ready to attack at any moment. It is visible, it is obvious, not only by declarations but also by actions, and also in the diplomatic institutions. Azerbaijan works with Russia, they work together, and Turkey, so France, United States. So it is my responsibility to express gratitude to the observing missions of the European Union, and also to all the member states of the European Union, that those observers don't allow them to kill our children. Canada, Norway, they also joined these observing missions. So physically, they protect our children. Let's leave. Let's not talk about big politics. I express my gratitude to Toito Klar and Anthony Blinken, because he called Aliyev. We understand why he called. We waited for something that was going to happen, and it didn't happen because he called. He warned in a human language, and he was trying to explain, but then he made understood. And Toivo Klar's declarations have restraining influence. They are mechanisms, and I want to draw your attention to this. He can't solve all the questions. Of course, we understand, because many things also depend on us. For example, tomorrow's meeting is fatal for us. It is one of the most important meetings. Haven't you thought about this? So there are 5 declarations or announcements from the foreign ministry of Russia. Maybe Ambassador Mr. Maragos, who has a great political experience, he may say that maybe it is strange, or the Baku announcements. Daily there can be 10 announcements from the Ministry of Defense, other institutions, threats, which are open threats. So we need to understand the serious need to understand what we should do in Brussels. And I have two proposals for Brussels. Before going to Brussels, that our Prime Minister in Brussels should announce that we are leaving CSTO. But why? I told it why especially now. So that the Brussels meeting will be more effective. But yesterday, CSTO officially answered us. They said that we don't recognize your border with Azerbaijan. It is not regulated. There wasn't any word about Almaty. So if we translate from diplomatic language into Armenian language, they said that we don't recognize administrative border. The other thing, what was told by famous Maria Zakharova yesterday, please read it. It said, Armenia, you have an obligations within the framework of CSTO, and we are reminding you. She was talking about the protocol that was signed in 2011. Based on that, we don't have the right to do anything in the military strategy without having consultations. So it is very important to live now. And the second proposal, many of them already talked about this. We just need to tell them that we want to integrate into European Union. We need to announce this. And these two questions are very important and they need to be done exactly now. Thank you. Narine Megashchan and Arek Kochinyan, please get ready. Hello, I'm Narine Megashchan. I'm the head of the National Press Club, and I welcome this initiative of having this event, and I expect that this hearing is not accidental before tomorrow's Brussels meeting, and whenever we talk about the European integration and perspectives of Armenia, we understand that this choice is a political choice, first of all, and after that, economic or civilizational opinion, and this is the choice of the political institution system. Like in 2014, Armenia also made a choice. It had a political choice, and when it joined CSTO, but after EU membership of many years, nothing has changed in Armenia. Armenia continues to stay a EU member, and it presides, and the political system has not changed, the foundations of which were laid much earlier within the previous authorities. When the first expectation from European integration is the democratization of Armenia. I have a doubt that sooner the official Yerevan tries to find more security, but the democratization democracy is a very important factor of security. And when we talk about the democratic institutions, then the freedom of speech of press should not be limited, but we see it in Armenia. And the second factor of democracy, that the democracy is not by declaration, and it is not permissible that the fate of the democracy will depend on the will of one person in Armenia. And the other circumstance concerns the challenges. What kind of challenges are on the way for Armenia to go to Europe, to European integration? Of course, the first challenge is Russia. Russia blocks all those post-Soviet countries' European integration whenever they want to follow the Europe. That they tend to Europe. We saw in Georgia, in Moldova, Russia's disastrous actions, and at the same time, the heads of those countries and also their society had the determination to follow the European integration path, but I didn't see it in official Yerevan, because sometimes we have uncertain policy and also situational policy which kept us from European integration. But we need to have a specific willingness to go this path. And when officially Iran is talking about changing the vector or not, again, it is the result of this uncertain policy. So with Russia, the opinions in the society change, and it happened having the background of the losses of Armenia. If in 2015, according to one of the surveys that is called the Gallup International in Armenia, only 8.2% of society wanted to join European integration, and for yesterday's results showed that 86% of the society thinks that Russia is not a friendly country, while years ago, this 86% thought that Russia was a friendly country. So we see that the policy that is led by Moscow, it changed the perceptions in the society in Armenia. Whether we had to go through all those disastrous actions and to be in a moment in the situation that we are now. Of course, the surveys are as a result of those anti-Russian policy or propaganda campaign in Armenia, but it is here the consistency is important. That Russia is always trying to limit, to restrict sovereignty of Armenia, Armenia's independence, and also the opportunity to find friends abroad, and various circumstances should be mentioned here. We talked about the political choice, and I remembered that in 2019, in the Senate of Poland, during one of the meetings, I asked a question when I was talking about the prospect of the European integration of Armenia. What are the borders of Europe? Whether they are geographical borders, and I was told that they are geopolitical. Yes, this choice is geopolitical choice, and we need to understand its importance, its significance. And summing up, if we are summing up, there are three things can't be returned: time, opportunity, and expressed words. Time we have already lost. We can't bring time back. We have lost all the chances and opportunities that we could bring Armenia to the civilized world. And finally, the words already expressed when in this hall law on the parties was discussed. I said that Armenia should follow the path to Europe. And Mr. Yevan said that Armenia will not go anywhere. Armenia will stay in its place. And a few years have passed from this discussion, and at this moment Armenia is striving to go to Europe. And the other word, or again connected with the ruling party, I remember in 2018 when the civil contract party had a very interesting interview with me, and they were opposing my European, and they were afraid of my prospects of European integration. And today, it is time for the civil contract party to declare that Mrs. Naina Mekhishan was right and we were wrong. Mrs. Mekhishan, I don't remember such a conversation, but even if I said that, maybe I'm not that wrong. You know, I can repeat again that Armenia is in Europe and we don't need to go. But now we are discussing another issue, another topic. We are talking about the format and the volume of establishing relations. But of course, thank you for your very valuable observations. Arek Kochinyan and Sos Khachikan, please get ready. Good day, dear colleagues. Arek Security Policy Research Center. I'm the head of the center, and recently listening to the to the public discourse and the discussions. I understood when we talk about restraints in political expectations, usually it is better to have less expectations and then be surprised. And in this respect, in Armenia, there is somehow different reading of the different perception of the reality. Some people are talking about the change of the situation because tomorrow we will have a radical change of the situation, and the other cycle of people who are talking about stage by stage process, and when they are dichotomic. So first that the changes should occur now, and the option that the changes should occur step by step or stage by stage. Both are wrong, because at this moment we can't have any changes because of the topic we are talking about. It presupposes not only the work of days or months, but it is years, and the implementation of SEPA will take years. And if we add also the other agreement about trade and the membership of Armenia of the European Union will also take a lot of time. And this is a work that the civil society, our authorities, the society itself should jointly work on it on a daily basis. And it is also wrong to say that, oh, not today but tomorrow, because it is, in order to start this work, where political decisions are necessary, political decisions that first of all will be in the domain of the responsibility of the political authorities, and political decisions that should be made now. And first, re-evaluation or reformulation of relations with Russia. You know, for many years there was one argument: the security of the Republic of Armenia. It was just the main point, and by which Armenia was attached to Russia, to the Russian Federation. But recently, this attaching devices concept has changed, and it is the economic dependence. So earlier we were talking about security tie with Russia, but now we are talking about economic dependence on Russia, as if our main concern is the economic recessions. But I don't think that our main fear or our main problem is the concerns of economic recessions, because of the bigger challenge comes from the ground collecting or land collecting aspirations of Russia. So the farther we go from Russia, it will secure more security for Armenia, because you should not frighten the society with some economic recessions. And the political decisions that should be made now. We are talking about CIS. Of course, we need to leave CIS and CSTO and EU. We have two options: leave the CSTO and not become a non-blocked country, and also to start a Euro, and also to strive for NATO membership, or to start European integration. In reality, both options, integration processes, don't exclude each other, because they are in time and space. They complement each other, and they are somehow substituted directions. Leaving CSTO for Armenia is secure and to the point, and it doesn't mean that it may not change in future. And concerning the EU, the situation is different, because there is a political momentum now for Armenia and for our European integration of Armenia. But I wanted to mention again that here our expectations should be restrained, and we need to understand that there are a lot of things and activities to be done. And I want to refer to four narratives. You saw what happened in Ukraine. Ukraine also wanted European integration. I always answer, and did you see what happened in Armenia? Armenia didn't want to have a European integration, and we had a war of 20 invasions in 2021, then 2022, but we don't strive for this. That is, integration is not the problem, but is the colonization policy with Russia and its neo-empiring feelings of Russia. You know that whenever Mr. Kochinyan, when we are talking whether we should go to Europe, or no, Armenia is Europe, we need to have a choice in another platform. Do we take the responsibility? Because there are decisions that also responsibility should be taken. Or at this moment we are busy with forming alibi. That is, we just tried and it didn't happen. Are we working on alibi, both the society, authorities, or we are trying to take a responsibility? And the last idea, it's not going to be easy. Armenia will have a new stage of sweat, blood, a lot of activities and actions. So, and dear friends, please, whenever you start your speech, introduce yourself, because our program, our event is has a live broadcasting. So, Sfachikian, I represent Armenian Economic State University and Agency of Research, and I want to present several positions concerning the modernization of the economy of Armenia. In the policy of the economy, the creation of new values has always been a challenge. I'm talking about not only the statistical data that in the long run had a steady positive trend, but for ensuring those indicators, competitive components, opportunities of cooperation, and also research and innovation. So that is in parallel with ensuring economic growth, but also the democratic institutions of ensuring this economic growth had limitations. In the post-Soviet 30 years period, at the level of high level of economic growth, we also had high rates of poverty, and despite the high indicators of Armenia's economy, anyway, the economy is small, and they can't be compared to Eastern European countries that went through wars and also went through economic reforms, and the model of the economic growth is to blame that ensured the formation of GDP in Armenia and also distribution. And within the framework of this model, economic freedom was not ensured. Also, democratic system for making decisions and open competition and equal opportunities were also not ensured. And it is obvious that it is necessary to implement modernization of economic model on the basis of diversification and on the development of democratic institutions, and also having the integration with Europe and SEPA agreement signed between Armenia and the European Union, as well as new political emphasis after 2020. Ties relations with Europe, with Asia, and the definition of new aspirations open new opportunities for our republic. Particularly, the creation of the economic assets within the framework of effective toolkits, and also the formation of economic relations with the democratic through democratic institutions will mean a harmonization of actions with the policy of the value chain, and this will help the European Republic of Armenia to be in the global growth and will be guided by corresponding standards and procedures. And we also need to pay specific attention to the digital data to be able to use this data and to develop capacities and to introduce standards and to ensure integrity with digital data. Thus, it will be able to record that with the new policy of economy, its necessity and in the context of modernization of economy is urgent, and the integration with Europe and the toolkits and with the digital technologies is also realistic. This much. Thank you. Thank you. Tigran Yegorian. Ruben Meirabian, please get ready. Good day. Dear Chair, dear friends, dear colleagues, today, in my opinion, in correspondence with the spirit of such a meeting, I will speak. I think that this meeting, this discussion is very significant. It is very important to have such initiatives continuously, to have them regularly, but at the same time, these meetings in such a format can also be a benchmark, and they will help to form a concept, but not with content and detailed. So this is not sufficient for us, and here we have the problem. It's my opinion. The chair asks about challenges and risks, and we are trying to discuss. They are all of them. We have at the foreign, at the external level, but they are also, they can be governed and they can be overcome. If we can reorganize internally, and if we increase that level of effectiveness, we have one serious problem. We are very vulnerable, and we can't discuss the problems on time, and even we let when these problems enter our body, penetrate into our country, into our party system, to the civil and even to the level of the civil society. There were several conversations concerning Russia about the various networks, how they appeared in us just through this way, just because of the fact that we are not very organized and we have less resistance, and we need at the strategic level we need to fix those the mutual influence and interconnectedness of those things, and also the state governance in this. The state governance should be implemented in this respect. For example, if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does one thing, and then the Supreme Judicial Court does another thing, and the Constitutional Court carries out another thing, and the separate bodies of executive branch carry out other things, then we need to understand how all these actions promote the effectiveness of the actions taken by the country. Because if each of them follows one direction, one way, and they don't get their participation, their share of participation in the global problem, and in the process will not take place. If our political system or the election system, and because of them we don't manage to organize such filters, such processes that will integrate wider democratic opinions, this again will lead to the lack of stability. For example, when we talk about civil society and our foreign colleagues or partners, resources are not used correspondingly, and they do not solve the problems of the civil society, and the cooperation is not effective, and it doesn't lead to the development of the policies, it doesn't make institutionalized, then the civil society also doesn't bring anything essential or useful to our processes. And we can't, for example, at the level of judicial level, we can't find solutions that will bring to the higher level of protection of human rights, and we will when we can't solve different legal relations, and also we can't ensure effectiveness, we can't find the regulations. So all these things affect the economic system, and they also affect our foreign relations, and in this respect they will also affect credibility, and also they will exclude many more opportunities. I would say that those are the main and the primary issues, challenges, and also the risks. Without them, all other foreign challenges we are not correspondingly equipped. Dear Chair, I want to introduce myself. I'm Ruben Merabian. For the Republic, I'm the Deputy President. And dear Chair, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, dear deputies, dear Mr. Ambassador, thank you for this for initiating such a hearing, which has a viable importance for our country. And we have gathered here not that we have just heard that Russia is bad or Russia does not like us, and now we are trying to decide what to do. But starting from 301, the year of 301, and some historical opportunities that we need to realize today. And we have we encountered empires that disappeared, and now Russia is waiting. And when we talk about European integration, it is already out of date. But today's conversation is about the fact how the goals, how we overcome the challenges that stand on us, on our way, and what kind of challenges they are. And what they are. And in 2013, September 3, there was one foreign policy like accident, so-called, where by the will of the Russian Federation and also by the permission of our head, we allowed to be subject to trafficking, to go to such an organization where you can't find Europe, you can't find economy, but just an organization, a criminal band, criminal grouping, which has occupied the authority, and it has made the country a nation of criminals, and now it also wants to occupy our country with its proxies. Today, again, Armenia faces very rigid security challenges, and the overcoming and the ways of overcoming those challenges are uncertain in our political cycles. Here we have the military political balance is not that is formed is not for the benefit of Armenia, and our European integration and the prospects will stay unrealized, and our actions will be just returned back to us when it happened 11 years ago, and especially now that Armenia continues to be de jure in some fake alliances, and they are mechanisms to keep us hostages. And today's realities bring forward in parallel also the imperative of the Euro-Atlantic integration and our partners with whom we've already fixed commonality of interests and goals. We should have defense mechanisms that we've started and security that we've started from France. We need to set a goal. Continuity of Armenia is both peace with our neighboring countries, also with the becoming a full member of NATO, who is the guarantor of Europe peace for 80 years, and it will guide us to a complete European integration. And today, simply, we should get out of all those Russian formations, and we need to have a clear position both concerning the presence of Russian military presence and also the so-called economic presence in our, which are gangs, they are bands, Gazproms, and other and some other Russian affiliated organizations which are under the multi-layered sanctions. And as far as the meeting is tomorrow, I wish safe travel to our Armenian delegation and return with good news. Thank you. Gurgen Simonian and Grigor Aragelian, please get prepared. Thank you. Gurgen Simonian, I'm a specialist of political studies, and dear guests, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start my speech this way, recording one important fact that any person strives for life and for self-defense and for the protection of this life. The human being will employ any means, and Armenia, being a sovereign country, has a goal to keep its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and also the well-being of Armenia in their homeland. And of course, we should fix on this way that Armenia does not have alternative than to find allies. And in the context of allies and North Atlantic and European direction has a very important direction for the Republic of Armenia, because we also have European values, and there is also the existential factor. You know that the territorial integrity now is connected with the Alma-Ata Declaration, but let's emphasize one important factor. In 1991, December 4, in Belovezh, three heads of Soviet countries, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia, decided to reanimate Soviet Union. And it was the Yeltsin's statement that they had a referendum and that they wanted to keep the USSR, but Armenia didn't participate in it. And Ukraine's head said that Ukraine had an independence referendum, and the majority of the nation voted for independence, and he's not going to go back to Ukraine and say that, you know, your referendum will be declared void because USSR decided to take care of your security. But Belarus liquidation of a USSR, it was a reanimation process of the USSR. And ratifying Belovezh's agreement on 21 of the same month, the the other members of the post-Soviet countries were made to ratify that agreement. And then in December 24, Boris Yeltsin wrote a letter to the Secretary General of the UN that he wants to rename Soviet Socialist Republic as the Russian Federation. That is, in reality, from a legal perspective, there was the renaming legal act which emphasizes that Armenia, as a Republic of Armenia, with its physical territory and area equal to other post-Soviet countries, will not be recognized by the Russian Federation and affiliated by the Russian Federation and also by its proxy. Because as a representative of the expert community, I can say that the military armed forces of Russia 100 years ago, they carry out the functions of the Red Army now in our region, and we need allies. And as a sum up, I want to say that the Republic of Armenia, as a country which is in the transition period, has a constructive and staff and large-scale reforms and the necessity of those reforms. And in the context of this necessity, we have the necessity of technologies, and we need to have to introduce flighting and convergent mechanisms, and being in the crossroads of civilizations, we will not be able to give a solution to this. That's why I think that for us, we have a time portal to develop EU-Armenia relations, and in a bilateral relations with the Europe EU countries, and also with the United States. And I call on the Armenian current authorities not to refuse the responsibility, because the great share of this responsibility also will be our damages or harms because of inactivity. Whenever we dive into water, we should not be afraid to get wet, and as being a part of the community, and with my expertise, and also Armenians are ready to go through very difficult and critical realities, but only for the Republic of Armenia as a politically independent subject will continue its way, and the Armenian nation, as with European values, will continue its centuries-old way. Grigor Arakelian and Edgar Ghazarian, please get prepared. Grigor Arakelian, Republican Party. Your Excellency, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear compatriots. Today's parliamentary hearings are dedicated to tomorrow's exceptional event, and we are in the crossroads as a state, as a generation, as a nation, which in the 21st century needs to reaffirm its independence, and then we need to answer where we go from, where and who we are, what we need to do in the given situation in order to keep our dignity. Republican Party and also the head of the party, Aram Sargsyan, are talking about European integration and leaving CSTO. Is always in the viable interest of Armenia, and moreover today, when the collective West is determined in the South Caucasus territory to establish a long-lasting peace and to have independence and sovereignty of the Republic and territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia. On April 5, Blinken, von der Leyen and Pashinyan meeting, the Republic of Armenia is provided with the exclusive opportunity to become a full member of the leading civilization and the world. And whether it depends on us, whether we will shake the hand or we will continue being vulnerable. And our party thinks that the following topic should be on the agenda. visa liberalization package, European integration, and also security establishment in the country. Fourth, economic and trade relations with the US and the European Union, which will give the Republic of Armenia to leave CSTO without any shocking moments, and to ensure the quality standards of the Armenian goods with the US and EU standards. We expect that after the Brussels meeting, the current authorities of the Republic of Armenia will make a public announcement to terminate Armenia's membership to CSTO, and concerning the presented proposals, our pro-Russian colleagues will tell their concerns. They will tell that our proposals are very adventurous, and the Russian Federation will say that those actions are anti-Russian. Yeah, there are risks, but that these risks should be analyzed and assessed, and we should be ready for provocations. But this is the only way to preserve sovereignty. And on April 5, either Republic of Armenia will use the exceptional opportunity to become a world factor, and it will shake the hand which is extended to Armenia, and will follow the path of democracy. And Armenia is part of Europe, both by its territory and also by its origin, or it will continue to be in Asian regime, losing its also in independence. And so we offer to overcome our own fears and to shake the hand, the helping hand extended to Armenia. And I will sum up with the words of Vaskin Sargsyan, Armenian national hero. I'm optimistic, and I see even our noise picture on the background of Arad Mountain, and I see the dignified life and improved and the better life of this nation. And only need one thing: to use the opportunity, not to rely on the last Armenian wisdom, but to start working from this moment. And believe me, 21st century will be ours. Thank you, Edgar Ghazarian. Daniel Ioannidis, please get ready. Yeah, the break is 1:30, but now it is 1:20. I'm an foreign relations ambassador, Hargajan Paron Despana, dear compatriots, ladies and gentlemen. As a person in Poland, being an ambassador of the Republic of Armenia, previous ambassador, I want to express my deep concern concerning the Armenia's unprecedented regress of Armenia in the process of European integration. Whatever is happening now does not have anything to do with the European integration, because on the way to European integration, it is not only to the European Union, we're not talking about cooperation with only one organization, but also with other, like with cooperation and security, Council of Europe. We are talking cooperation with these organizations, and in up to 2018, Armenia has such achievements that always European Union. There were reforms in the educational system, in healthcare, in the fight against corruption, in the regulation of public affairs, in energy saving, and also in exchange programs for students, and the Horizon, the cooperation within the framework of the program and also in Eastern Partnership programs and its full integration. And in 2017, when there was a SEPA agreement signed, the provisions, the implementation of the provisions of which not only Armenia couldn't make efforts, but also Baruch Ovanesyan That was and his assessment. By his assessment, we have regress. And what kind of European Union and the European organizations have? What kind of attitude they have towards Armenia when we are talking about this the situation? European Union and all officials, they were present at the signing of the protocol between Turkey and Armenia, but they were not able to exert enough pressure on Turkey in order to unblock Armenia. You know that Turkey is an associated member of the European Union, and because so Armenia-Turkey border is also Armenian-European Union border. It means that Europe did not have enough power to exert pressure on this country, and the simplest problem of Europe today is to have open roads. European Union also took under its patronage, not having any mandate, nothing internationally, and also violating the SEPA agreement, violating the Riga's declaration provisions, where it was referred to the regulation of the Nagorno-Karabakh issue by OSCE provisions that it took in the 2021, December 14, it took the responsibility. And then there was the Prague announcement and the illegal announcement and the signature by which Armenian territories were illegally handed over to Azerbaijan. So that and SEPA agreement is ratified not only by the Armenian parliament, but also the parliaments of European Union. So that is European officials violating provisions. They gave huge historical damage to Armenia, and they brought civilian observers that failed in its mission. On October 6, in the announcement, the mission had to build environment of mutual understanding, and also to monitor the actions of the border commissions. And summing up my speech and also saving time, I want to refer to the 21st century's biggest diplomat's idea. One of these ideas, your diplomacy. What was that? How many? So, when you saw a person with a foreign diplomat, you started to flatter them, and you flattered them on our behalf. You are the ones that let you flatter them. And now you run to Europe, to Moscow, and till the end of your life, you will continue flattering to this, or like licking the shoes of someone, flattering to that extent. Daniel Ionisian. So Azerbaijan and Mr. Ghazarian complain. Mr. Royan, Mr. Excellence, dear colleagues, and I want to express my gratitude for this initiative of hearings. This format is very important, and it is very better that we don't see this format in this convocation of the National Assembly. And this organization was created 10 years ago when there was a turning, and our union becomes 10 years. It is very symbolic that after 10 years later, Armenia became to the way that it had deviated from during the national shame, and we went to that national shame because we hoped that if we gave it to Russia would protect Armenia and Artsakh, and at that time Armenian society didn't understand that the more you depend on Russia, the more you give to Russia, then the more it will get the chance to betray you. But this is already history, and history that which is very important for us, that we need to understand. We need allies and not savers, and we need to understand that in our head, European integration is a way of bright prospects, but honey and gold will not just fall on ours and on our heads, and European soldiers will not protect our borders. Of course, they will help us to increase our economy, develop our human capital. They will help us, but we should do it with our continuous activities, and whether European Union will help us, for example, that our producers of our food increase the security, like quality of our food, and but whether European Union will accept the food that produced by us if the producers don't take the efforts to change, and whether European Union will help us to reform the police. Yes, they are. Yes, it is helping, and can we integrate into European Union if killing people in the police is a tradition? Of course, no. This is very similar to the persons entering a university. Entering a good university is difficult because it means that you need to study a lot. You should not sleep at night and then studying hard at university. But this is the way to have better successes in your life, because you can also not work hard. You can enter just very ordinary institute and then somehow will lead your life. This is also a way. This Belarus's way is also a way, but is it the way that we prefer? You know, here it is talked a lot about the fears coming from Russia. Maybe Russia and Iran are not happy about the European integration of Armenia, but this is our way, this is our direction, and they need to respect it. So most probably Russia will try to punish us for choosing this way and for getting independent from them. But all the calamities, all the disasters that Russia could bring to us, they already took place. As Artsakh is not, we don't have Artsakh at this moment, and all the provocations and attempts by Russia continue for 1.5 years. And moreover, fortunately, Russia does not have the previous power that it had before February of 2022. Russia has broken teeth that are broken by Ukraine, and that's why Russia does not cause the harm that it could inflict years ago. Of course, they can increase the price of gas. Of course, they can increase the price for food, and in energy diversification of Armenia is a very serious question, is a very serious issue, and it is beyond territorial integrity and infrastructure's ministry, and also the abilities of the commissions. And I think that in this respect, the parliament should have other separate hearings. But again, here as well, we should not expect, as Mr. Kochinian said, we should not. There would not be dark and cold years, and for food, the government should make stricter the control for food, and there should be painful solutions. So now that it is not too late, the security level of the food should be increased. It is first of all for us because first of all we eat that food, and very often we don't know what kind of food we eat and what will happen to us after eating that food. And that secondly, it is necessary so that when Russia, not if, but when Russia forbids importation of Armenian food to Russia, our producers will be able to easily turn to European markets. Mr. Ioannisian, thank you. Dear colleagues, I offer to take a break for 30 minutes. Let's have a rest and then we'll continue. Dear colleagues, can you hear? Dear colleagues, we continue parliamentary hearings. Please take your seats. The next speech is by Mr. David Stepanyan. The floor is yours. Please welcome. David Stepanyan. I'm an expert on international security. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, dear compatriots. Today's event is taking place under a very important title, New Prospects of European Integration of Armenia. And I would like to talk a little bit about perspectives, a little bit digressing from the agenda that we have. So the number one challenge for the Republic of Armenia is putting the existence of Armenia under suspicion, and not only Azerbaijan but also Russia's and also Turkey's interests are on the basis of such concepts. And the four Tavush regions, villages, the issue of those four villages is not such a issue that we should only concentrate on the territorial issue. This is the sovereign, and so it's a mine directed at the sovereignty and independence of the Republic of Armenia. And Azerbaijan is trying to put that mine on our land. What is that mine? Azerbaijan is continuing to complain, condemn and blame Armenia for 30 years occupation of its territories, and without delimitation process, with our hands, we give the privilege to such an Azerbaijani policy. And this happens in such a case when the occupant and aggressor and the only one to blame for the war is Azerbaijan. The further existence of Armenia as a sovereign and independent country is under suspicion, and this is the main challenge that we have today. All of us, we have this challenge. Therefore, all our steps should be directed at neutralizing that challenge, and I think that European integration of the Republic of Armenia is one of the opportunities, is one of those chances. And considering the fact that starting from X moment, de facto Armenia appeared in an architecture, that European integration will be one of the steps of building the new architecture, which is an alternative for us at this moment, with all its challenges and risks altogether. Why is it an alternative? Because starting from X moment, the Russian Federation made a decision, interests of the Republic of Armenia, sovereignty, independence, and also the further existence, to use them based on its interests, and also within the framework of its policy, which is called Union State. And the first obstacle towards creation of this union has decided to divide the territory of Armenia between Turkey and Azerbaijan, which is its satellite, and to solve all the problems in the region, and also not only in this here, but also in a bigger region in Ukraine, at the cost of the territory of Armenia. This is the final goal, and the depopulation of Artsakh and occupied territories of Armenia are the result of those processes. And there is an exit from such a situation, and that exit in our region is creation of a new balance. So this is the exit, a balance, not only power balance, but also political and geopolitical balance, and with all the participation of the interested actors, and that this is the way that will help the Republic of Armenia to get rid of a Russian-Turkish trap. And yes, European integration is one of those small ways, practical actions. And sovereignty of the Republic of Armenia, its independence, is an exclusive value for all of us, and we need to take a way which is full of challenges, but keep the sovereignty and independence of the Republic of Armenia. Blinken, Pashinyan, and von der Leyen meeting is one of the ways. Thank you. Thank you. Armine Mashkaryan and Oleg Durgaryan, please get prepared. Respectable Chair, dear attendees, deputies, representatives of the civil society, representatives of the political parties, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to welcome this initiative. In reality, parliamentary hearings, they are among the toolkit of the parliamentary oversight, are a very significant means because they derive from transparent and effective political processes. And as an expert, military and political expert, I've always propagated the expansion of such a toolkit, and I would urge to organize such hearings more often and aimed at more focused groups so that the topics are more narrow and would be possible to be implemented in narrow cycles. And today's topic for the hearings, if we say that it is modern for us, it will be that we don't say anything for us, because European integration and new prospects and challenges of Armenia and the hearings which bear this title, they follow such events that took place in Armenia or around Armenia that predetermined the relations between the imperative of the development of relations between the European Union and Armenia to have more tangible, more stable European integration prospects. But at the same time, I would like to emphasize that this is a process. Why I emphasize that this is a process? Because very often among us, an approach is widespread that we treat policy or politics as a static phenomenon, and we expect a result, a tangible result, and when we don't have the result, then I get disappointed and we try to look in another direction. That's why I would urge citizens of the Republic of Armenia and everyone to treat this or to consider this process as a real process that is going to be very difficult. It will take activities, it will be energy and time consuming, but it will be important for the sustainable development of Armenia. And there are several things and steps that should be enforced by the Republic of Armenia to ensure that this way is effective. And by the way, as far as the war fought against the Republic of Armenia is hybrid, it means that the means against those wars should also be hybrid. What does it mean? When we say hybrid, it means that all the steps are conducted, are carried out at the same time. That is, if one step takes place a little bit later, then the hybrid doesn't succeed. Such a war is fought against us. It means that our steps to resist those challenges should also be hybrid, in the logics of being hybrid. And I think that the membership, the topic of membership of the European Union should also be considered in the framework of hybrid logics, and it should be associated with, first of all, the Republic of Armenia should the euro start the process of leaving CSTO. But if we should leave CSTO only just for leaving CSTO, and it should not be associated with any non-blocking policy adopted by the Republic of Armenia, then I would urge to think more than taking that step. Why? Because leaving CSTO, and if it is accompanied with non-blocking position or status, it means that Armenia closes its doors to become a member of other military political organizations. It means that our European integration process will happen even more smoothly. And it means we will make and the risks that may come from our neighboring countries, and also the concerns that our natural ally Iran may have. And one more circumstance that should also be accompanied with this hybrid logics is the reviewing of the relations with Russia, because it means that we should inventorize the whole legal base to understand what works and what doesn't work, and whatever doesn't work, whether we can make it work. And if it is not possible to make it work, then in that case we should fill it with other with a toolkit formed as a basis of the cooperation with other partners. So I wish us a very firm nerves, patience, but I'm sure that if we have literate policy, if we have multi-vector foreign course, and we have enforcement, we will be able to somehow to govern the risks that we'll encounter on our way. Oleg Turkaryan, Levon Barsaghan, please get prepared. Oleg Turkaryan, Center of Community Support, and it's a civil society organization. And greetings from Alaverdi. I had prepared a speech here, but as we see, the main thoughts that were told those thoughts were all already, so the challenges and the main approaches were already discussed. And I wanted to tell that in our organization in Alaverdi, for more than 10 years, a European club operates, and this European integration topic is always on the agenda. And based on the activities, I appear in different in the rural areas of different regions or margins of Armenia, and I can tell you that this is especially now it is the moment, the time period when the society, and when we say society, we mean the government, the civil society, also state servants, educational institutions, but also sometimes we forget about ordinary villagers that work every day and they create things, you know, that, and villagers have consolidated approach to this European integration process because they want to get rid of the dependence on one market, and they want to enter the civilized market, and they want to be part of the civilized world. And the so-called, we can come to the conclusion that, and a very interesting consolidation and approach exists towards the process of European integration, especially in this stage, because everyone talks about it. And what is the most important thing? That this narrative is that, you know, abrupt steps are dangerous. They can lead to some unexpected results, and this narrative is always being developed as if an attempt is made to frighten them. When you tell tales about monsters a lot, then that person will even the monster is not present. The person starts to develop fears. So this is a specific narrative that is being spread, and it really gets on the nerves of the society, and the approach, the ideas, the thoughts that one day one official or political politician expresses one opinion about European integration, and then another member of the team can express another opinion. This can also keep people in uncertainty and will deepen their concern and their fears. But the fact, yeah, we have a challenge, and this process, our challenge is just bringing or taking the country to European integration, using the opportunities that exist, that are in place. And the most important thing or factor is that we have SEPA agreement, and it was talked here about SEPA, that it is being implemented, and there is a civil monitoring, but there are many provisions from environmental protection and many other aspects, and it's a challenge so that those stipulated principles come down to self-governing bodies, and the education should start from these self-governing bodies, from the citizens at the lower level. They should be prepared directly or indirectly, and they should be directly or indirectly being integrated into those processes, so that the perception and integration not only be understood, but also they should be implemented. Thank you. Levon Barsarian. Haik Saigan, get ready, please. Is he in the hall? Levon Barsarian, Gyumri, dear chair, as far as club in Gyumri, and I will, dear colleagues, dear attendees, and I will not tell anything new when I say that I accept that this is I consider this as an opportunity to strengthen sovereignty and independence of the Republic of Armenia. There is a saying that big opportunities visit everyone, but not always, and not everyone notice such opportunities. I want to believe that Armenian authorities have deeply realized how to use this opportunity. Of course, time will show, but for the sake of the Republic of Armenia, I will tell my considerations in this respect. And the meeting in such a format should be considered as unprecedented and unprecedented. And I imagine two main issues that need to that the authorities of the Republic of Armenia should have put in front of them. And so there are two. We have internal and external policy, and asking money from the European Union is the last thing that Armenian authorities can do. Donor, money giver, and the recipient. Those relations, we should not have such relations, but we need to have partnership relations. This is my deep conviction, that there should not be as a relation as usual that we have seen for decades, like fake partnership that when you give the money, we will do it. If they have taken the money, they haven't done anything. A lot of money go to the justice sector, also education, and then it turns out that we don't have any justice sector and justice system. And so to be more proactive than reactive. That is the Armenian authorities, not only tomorrow, but also during in this context, they should initiate, and they should be the owners, claim ownership in this process. And concerning the internal security, unfortunately, again, I want to repeat whatever I have been speaking for 6 years, and I'm sorry if I make you tired of this. Law enforcement bodies of the Republic of Armenia should be cleaned with cosmetics. We can't use any problems. The police, investigative prosecution, National Security Service, lustration, many people talked about it, and I know that many people think that without lustration, Armenian authorities can't be self-established, and you can't put the sick body and put it in a running marathon, because at some point it will fall down and will be drowned. So the Sovietization policy in illustration, whether you will include in illustration or beyond it, and the political assessment on the occupation of the country starting from 1920. I mean, a deep analysis and the state's assessment. The authorities' assessment in this context is necessary. The authorities that got their mandate. One of my colleagues said, "What else can Russia do?" As if whatever they have done, it is the ceiling, it is the top point, and they can't do anything more. No, please open the 1956. What they can do in Hungary, in Prague, they could do in 68. I don't want to terrorize someone. No, I don't. Please don't feel weakened by my words, but they can do anything with a presumption of innocence, and Armenia should be prepared, and Armenian authorities should ensure civil protection, military protection, and as a result of those 3 years, many people ask me, what should we do tomorrow? A citizen, not a military person, not a conscript, just comes to me and says, civilian shelters and the governor's integrity. European Union does not distribute honey or does not give money. So honey, it means that you should correspond to the standards and to the requirements of this family. And for external security, Russia, proxy, Azerbaijan, or through Azerbaijan, attacks and aggression through Azerbaijan. So all these things happened. Refusing international claims is a big error in this context, because it discredits the relations and the nature of the relations between Armenia, European Union, the United States, because it means that just give me some money and we will get by. I don't have such expectations, and so we should look for security away from Kremlin, and we need to understand that Kremlin can't be the mediator of the regulator of the negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, only with and through international guarantees. Thank you. Thank you. And Meher Bejanyan, please get ready for the next speech. Dear colleagues, dear compatriots, please imagine April 6 and not from Brussels and not from another capital. There is no information about Blinken, Pashinyan, and von der Leyen, Pashinyan, Blinken meeting. What happens? We will continue our life and we will live the life that we lived, just keeping in mind that the arrangements, agreements will not be announced. And I will talk about the expectations, and 3 of them as strategic, demographic, and economic. When we talk about military security, then the security system that is formed around Armenia didn't work. It turned out that not only didn't work, but also it was also working against us. But we need to tell that living CSTO, and it should be final living, and CIS, CSTO, EU, and we don't have any way returning, because if we return, it means that we will not have a state. And with the real allies, we will have such a security environment that where our allies know where the Republic of Armenia's borders start and where finish, not only on the paper but also on the ground. We will have fixed relations, and the regional economic and political and military nature changes, and in these geopolitical situations can't but include also Armenia, and we have voiced a lot about the necessity of European integration of the Armenia economic security. The European Union and the United States have already made steps to increase the resistance of the Republic of Armenia. What has Armenia done? So Armenia's authorities policy to reach with one step to west and to keep one step in close to Russia, this will not work. So Republican Party has always talked about the recovery of industry and the creation of new workplaces. And what should Armenia do? The Armenia that should become part of Europe. We can expect not only, and we should correspond to the economic standards and to increase our commodity turnover in the Arabic countries. Armenian goods in the European market should be our main strip, and also the basis demographic security. The United States and the European Union offer us programs for economic development, having in place the removal of monopolies and also the reforms in the justice system and elimination of corruption. And there will be new technologies will be introduced, and there will be no workplaces, and we will have a change in demographics. Dear compatriots, if not on April 5, 6, and there is no announcement or declaration, it doesn't mean that no results are recorded in Brussels. The process has already started, and it can't but continue. And this is the main concern by the fifth convoy by Azerbaijan and Baku and Turkish influence in Armenia, and now we stand against the choice to have a state or not to have a state. Maher Bejanian, Liana Ghashian, please get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we are steadily going to European integration. Do we realize what is European integration, and what does the political elite understand when it says European integration, and what does the Armenian citizen understand, and what steps are taken against European integration? And it is good to follow the agenda of the Republican Party and to shake the hand or accept the hand which is extended by the collective West, and we should be very consistent. And here, everyone's actions are very important. European integration is, first of all, an opportunity for self-governance. Having the experience of our European colleagues in front of us, we know that we can reach the desired results for us. But it will be faster and more effective when we consolidate with all the layers. It will just eliminate the fifth column from us, and it will include, and it will help us to form our state long-term program. Any political phenomenon can be adequately perceived by the society if the society has the program which is traditionally programmed, and for nations it is called national agenda, and for a state it should be state long-term program. It is evident that the region is being integrated to Europe, and Armenia has to compete in the region with European standards. Long-term state program also will solve such problems. Dear compatriots, Republican Party has offered for a long time a diversification of foreign policy of the Republic of Armenia, the democratic value system, because the democratic model of the country is not imaginary, but we should act precisely. Thank you. Liana Ghashian and Arnold Belayan, please get ready. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you, Lina Ghashian, Republican Party, member of the political board, political council. Tomorrow, April 5, is an opportunity to have a secure country with well-being, and we need to open the door of opportunity, and the Armenian authorities should have the courage to enter the door. And in this stage, both authorities and every one of us have to make sure who we are and where we are going. The party, Republican Party, talked about the necessity of European integration of the Republic of Armenia starting from 2005. And during the last 3.5 years, we have been talking continuously. European integration and the benefits. I will talk about the benefits of this process. I will touch upon the cultural security. For many years, being under the occupation of Russian Empire, all the republics encountered assimilation process. If we didn't have language laws, so I will not even talk about the language distortion, but we had mental assimilation. Our own national the national language identity were pushed to the second or to the third layer, always praising foreign traditions, foreign customs is a bad behavior. European system is different because it's different from Soviet values, where when taking the sovereignty or part of your sovereignty and your economic development gives the chance to develop a culture that will ensure your identity. European system helps you to have national, and when we form our national system, we can have a civilized hub, and it will bring the whole research community to us, and it will increase the popularity of the Republic of Armenia. If we mean that such collection and experience our Armenian nation has already had in its history, Modernization can be a good example. Why can't we have another Mika like this again? Other benefits of European integration were talked, and my colleagues will continue to talk about it, but I want to mention again European integration and being part of the European family, and to finding our right place in the civilization, and is important is the single guarantor of our self-identity and self-sovereignty. We are going to pass a difficult situation, and Churchill told the English people, I promise blood, sweat and tears. English people agreed to fight, to mourn for their losses, and then to work diligently. I think that we are not worse than the English people, and we can accept the challenge with dignity. Thank you. Arnold Belayan and Harut Kalajan, please get ready. Dear Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Arnold Belayan, Democracy and Security Armenian Center's head, and dear attendees. Today I am here to defend one goal that embodies the democracy, human rights, and the essence of the progress. I'm talking about the candidacy of membership of Armenia to European Union, to have this honest journey. Our country, with its rich cultural heritage and a deep history and strong spirit, is in the important way to its further progress. In 1991, Armenia became independent again, and now we can this de jure factor can be made de facto. And then when you look at the future, it becomes more obvious that the whole potential of Armenia can be implemented only with a deeper integration with the European Union. And the brand of European Union is the democracy and economic growth, and also and human rights. It offers a framework of principles that have formed established peace and progress in the European continent against in contrast to the Russian aggression. And Armenia not only we will not pursue economic aspirations, but there will not be only economic advantages, but of course those advantages, but we will establish better relations with leading countries, and we will expand our cooperation, both and preserving the rights of its own citizens. Over years, Armenia made a progress in strengthening its democratic institutions, and also fostering transparency and fight against corruption, conforming them to European standards and regulations. And later on, Armenia will also strengthen those efforts and will create favorable conditions for sustainable development and progress. And the candidacy of the membership of the European Union will help to get access to resources, opportunities that will help the economic growth of our country, and also to the development of our country. And with Eastern Partnership programs, Armenia has already used various types of support, but again, for the complete membership, of course, will open more opportunities for cooperation and also for investments, fostering innovations, promoting innovations, the creation of workplaces, and improving the living standards of our citizens. Economic and beyond the economic and political levels, the membership of Armenia to the European Union will have a deep symbolic significance. It will present the European identity of Armenia. It will be reaffirmation, and which is based on common values, goals, cultures, and also common history. And it will be a strong message, and it will tell the world that Armenia strives for peace, cooperation, and consolidation with its European countries, and it's a sovereign state. EU membership candidacy is not a simple political decision, but it is the reflection of the Armenia's aspirations for better progress, for democracy, and also based on peace. By the way, I'm in the National Assembly for the second time. I was here in autumn of 2017 when the YELK exit Alliance had initiated hearings to leave CSTO. I remember there were various positions expressed, but I was impressed by the civil contract deputies' speeches who presented the short-term and long-term risks of membership to the CSTO, and Republican Party deputies were justified that membership would bring not only economic but also security component for Nagorno-Karabakh and also for Armenia. So I will not comment the references, but the civil contract party has the chance, the opportunity to do what they were persuading the Republican Party 7 years ago, and to do even more. And now we are ready, for the sake of the Republic of Armenia, to work closely with authorities around this goal, not only here but also abroad, for the citizens that will live here in future, to have an independent and sovereign state. Thank you. Harut Kalaijan, Robert Merabian, please get prepared. Diplomat Ghazarian's conclusion really made me get surprised. Maybe, dear chair, dear colleagues, over hundreds of years, all the administrations of Russian administrations were the main problem for the humiliation of our population's national identity. In the 44-day war of 2022, the by the support of by their support, the war that violated the territorial integrity of Armenia and Aliyev's attack and Russia's sale of Artsakh brought our nation to the conclusion that the Kremlin can't be the strategic ally of Armenia. Therefore, today we are not going. We are returning back to the sovereignty and economic growth cradle of our country, which is the European civilization, where we were and we were latent for centuries. And now we are going back with an iron ladle, with iron consciousness, with mutual interests, with having future expectations. Yeah, West needs us because when we endanger the independence of the Republic of Armenia, then it endangers also the strategy of peace of the West. Moreover, the West realizes very well that we are a nation of thousands of years and we are a very creative nation, and always we could harmonize with remote and close nearby nations, and we are a bridging nation and we have a bridging nature, and our geographical location also has that bridging nature. That's why Mehri has become a center for fights or disputes, and the interest in us and also the existence of our interest components are not enough for the creation of future for our country. We have a serious home tasks to do, and we should all the time refine our present. We need to clean ourselves of the harmful elements, and we need to establish and ensure the development of all directions, of all aspects, and we need to understand that we are important, and to formulate our claims and the tactics of formulating those claims towards European Union, so that the world will finally enter Armenia, so that we can ensure irreversible security of our country and a peaceful development. And we hope that tomorrow at the end of the Brussels meeting, Prime Minister Pashinyan will record breakthrough results for finally ensuring the security of our country. Otherwise, the democratic powers will be united to oppose him. And from this podium of the National Assembly, I urge all compatriots not to rely on the pro-Russian in the streets of Yerevan, and I call on the Armenians in diaspora to join our activities in order to give again a meaning to the presence of the diaspora and its holy fight in a scientific, to have the goal-orientedness, to have independent, free, strong Armenia's vision. Thank you, Robert Merabian. Is he here? Is he in the hall? Please welcome Mr. Revonjan. I was trying to find your name. You were after Mr. Ruben Merabian. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, dear people, there were already many speeches where it was spoken about various aspects. I'm an expert of the Security Research Center, and I will talk about, as far as we have little time, I will talk about one challenge, and we'll try to give a criteria or framework for the solution. In reality, the challenges are quite many, and it would be desirable to have similar meetings more so that we could be able to refer to touch upon more directions and more fields. And I would like us to remember that the process of European integration is very important and is already in the second word, the process. The word the process is important. It is not, one of my colleagues talked about that it is like a university, and I said, no, I don't think, because many people enter university, study for 4 years, and then they get some knowledge, they get the certificate or diploma, and then even can forget about it. But it is not like this. This is work. This is a process that should be continuous, irrespective of in which stage the Armenia is in the integration process, whether it's candidate or member, or whether it will be delayed or not. So we hope that it will happen. So this work, this activity implies reforms in various directions, processes that will also bring some problems, because at this moment Armenia is in such a system which is problematic. For a new road in 2013, let's remember Armenia. It was not Armenia that didn't sign the association agreement, but the European Union denied to sign the agreement in that form with Armenia, because whatever was declared or announced by Armenia on September 3 through Armenian mechanism, and could not comply with the provisions of the association agreement, and trade agreement is part of it. So this implies, and this presupposes, if we look closely, if we get familiar with the documents more closely, and we get familiar with the conditions that we need to meet in order to become a candidate of the European Union, and later on candidate and then a member of the European Union, then we see that there are many obstacles. Talking about it is not even worth talking about the CSTO, because I strongly believe that very soon a living CSTO will be a reality, irrespective of the fact whether Armenian authorities want it or not. But with the European Economic Union, Eurasian Economic Union, and leaving this EU, many people talk about the fact that Armenia has very strong economic ties, and the numbers or the figures talk. But here again, we have there are many activities to be. The situation that many talk about it, that Russia creates challenges, and Russia also has many tools that hasn't used yet towards Armenia. They are problematic, but if we look at the realities, and if we view what kind of policy that Russian authorities lead now, that the reality is a little bit different, because Russian agrees, or whenever you bring the facts, and Russian Azerbaijan and Russian Turkish relations can talk about it, and also recently even the Russian Armenian relations can speak about it. And after the ratification of Rome Statute, what bad expectation came true? I don't remember any bad expectation that was brought into life in Russian-Armenian relations. And we can say that in this direction as well. When we talk about leaving EU, Armenia, in parallel to diversification, it would be better as a fact to present, as a fact or as a reality that will happen, to negotiate with Russia. And we have many things to negotiate on. As far as time is, I want to remind one thing around which we can negotiate. After a year or a little bit more, Armenia will make a decision, Armenian authorities, to apply to Russia for peacekeepers to remove troops, because there are no Artsakh people, Armenians living there. So I think that the peacekeepers' presence there is meaningless. Armenian authorities can apply or may not apply, but if Armenia is not an EU member, then so this is one direction. There are many opportunities, and I think that there will be occasions to talk about other opportunities as well. Thank you, Vanik Nikoyan. Anna Khvorosyankina, please get ready. Good day, Vanik Nikoyan, journalist.com press, and it said that please don't criticize very strongly, because it is my first public speech, and I wanted to talk about the fact what is European integration and what are the risks and what are the advantages, what are the challenges. So it was talked that challenge connected with is the terminating the ties or stopping the ties with Russia, and Russia is very jealous, and we know that what it is capable of. I don't want to talk a lot in this in the terms, but the challenges, first of all, concern our mentality, our generations, our children, our parents' mentality, our approach, and our attitude to the law, to the legitimacy, to literacy, which, as I understand, the school should give to our children. Unfortunately, till now, our children treat school very superficially, only bringing examples that, for example, this person studied this many years, and then now he just works on construction, that is, our educational level is at a point where people don't believe that after getting education they will be able to reach something. A special focus should be on this. And the most important thing, the advantage is that no one is going to defend us. Nobody's army will come and defend us, but we will have the opportunity to have peace. And there will be no threats for many more decades, and we will have the chance to develop. And if we know that if we have the chance for 30 or 40 years, then we can imagine what kind of development we can ensure. And by the way, I would like to make one observation. As we had a small survey, approximately 3,000 people participated on Facebook concerning, and it was voted for by in having those fake attacks. 87% votes were for European integration. This is a very serious number. Only 7% were against and 3% were afraid, and they were not sure what would happen. So it is our task to explain to people what European integration gives us, and visas liberalization is the way that will take us to Europe unimpeded, and we will communicate with Europe. You will understand the difference between Europe and the country with which so far we have been communicating with.
Καλություն Աննա։
Աննա Խորոսյանկինա, Anjela Karapetyan, please get ready. Ես ներողություն եմ
To my presentation in English. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It is indeed very important to have a dialogue between academia, which I'm a member of, and policymakers and civil society. I'm a head of the Jean Monnet Chair at European International University in EU Legal Studies and Legal Europeanization, and my research focuses on the issues of comparative legal approximation and Europeanization of legal systems of third countries, neighboring countries of the European Union, as well as EU external relations law. And my research is purely legal, so I'm not an expert in political science or security issues. That is why I would like to focus on the specific issues of law. And I think it is very important to complement our very comprehensive discussion today also with the European perspective. In other words, we have to consider the challenges and opportunities that are also relevant to the European Union, not only to Armenia. So what are these challenges? First of all, we have to understand that currently the enlargement process is undergoing really dramatic changes, paradigmatic changes. Russia's war against Ukraine brought about the possibility for Ukraine to apply for the membership and to get the membership status. This brought to the scene the new concept, accession through war. This is really indeed a very innovative approach that the EU is currently applying, and it is still not absolutely clear what form it actually will take, to what extent it will be fast-tracked, to what extent it will be a rapid procedure, and how it will be perceived by the member states, because in addition to the EU position, we also have to consider that the member states may have different views on the possibility to accept new members. It is also important to remember that Ukrainian case is the leading one, and the destiny of other Eastern Partnership countries from the perspective of European Union membership will depend on the outcome of Ukraine's case. Another thing is to what extent the European Union is currently ready to absorb new members. Obviously, the new wave of enlargement, the accession of Eastern European countries, Eastern Partnership countries, as well as the Western Balkans, will need the necessity to review the constitutive treaties, to adjust decision-making procedures, to adjust the procedure of forming the institutions of the European Union. This will need the constitutional amendments in the European Union, which most probably will be also linked to other reforms which are on the agenda for the European Union. Again, to what extent they will be supported by the member states is a question. This, of course, is a huge challenge because the situation with the enlargement is currently absolutely uncertain. But at the same time, there are a lot of possibilities. It is for sure that there will be some innovative approach, more flexible approach. Most probably the concept of gradual integration will be applied. enabling also Armenia in particular to integrate sector by sector, that is to expand the cooperation, the depth and wideness of cooperation sector by sector. From this perspective, what is important currently is to ensure proper implementation of SEPA as it is, of course, with the focus on strengthening of institutional capacities, visualizing the results of SEPA implementation, but also to extend SEPA provisions. There are a number of legal tools that actually can be used in order to widen the scope of SEPA and cooperation with the European Union. In particular, the amendments containing the lists of EU legislation to be integrated into Armenian legal system can be extended, covering, for example, European Green Deal that was not considered at the moment of drafting SEPA. The same with other areas, with sectors of cooperation. So this is one of the opportunities to extend the approximation legislation lists, as well as to conclude sectoral agreements where Armenia is ready to cooperate to deepen the relations with the European Union, as specific sectoral agreements can be concluded in order to foster the cooperation further. Thank you very much for this possibility to present.
Thank you very much. Շնորհակալություն։ Անժելա Կարապետյան։
Maher Karagözyan.
Դալիճում չի։
He's not in the hall. Mikhail Mikhailian. Thank you. Dear Chair, dear attendees, dear compatriots. When one diplomat from this chair was talking about some codes and was expressing some words, did you notice that he didn't tell which period he was talking about? That what the code that the diplomat was making, for which time period it was aimed. In 2013, they were persuading people that don't believe them, those who say that Russians compel us become part of the customs union. Nothing like this exists. How many times should we repeat so that it becomes understandable for anyone? So we don't know, it is not worth mentioning who was the author of those words. When we were talking why Europeans, and it was mentioned that Europeans didn't sign the association agreement with us because we became a member of the EU. Somehow I would qualify as we cheated Europeans, telling that that we are signing with you association agreement, but during one night we changed our external course. Russians save us. This formulation has been heard by us starting for such a long time, and we had genocide. Armenia was occupied. The very first 1920, the very first republic, we lost Nakhichevan, we lost Artsakh, and in 2020 we lost Artsakh again. And lately, Artsakh population was subject to ethnic cleansing, and they are saving us. I don't want to talk about the bad influence of Russia, and it's meaningless to talk about CSTO, about alliance relations. In Baku, the Russian Federation embassy said that Russia is a reliable alliance. And again, no meaningless to talk about CSTO because Azerbaijan's defense minister said that Azerbaijan with Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and together they will have military operations. That is, we wait for CSTO to come and help us to recover our territorial integrity, which is among its obligations. and they organize military exercises with those countries. Integration can't happen if we don't change our mentality, our thinking, because the reason of many disasters is us. Nobody asked us when the Supreme Council and Nagorno in Nagorno-Karabakh Council in 1980. This can be found in the declaration and also in the constitution. And Nagorno-Karabakh decided that on September 2, 1991, before our independence, they should have a referendum and become independent, or whenever our compatriots, instead of so would pay money and exempt their children from the army, they would weaken the army, and nobody is to blame. They would say, "Oh, we keep our children, we take care of our family," and that's why we try to hide the crimes. And telling that that we are a poor country and we don't have we are not very rich, and all the time we begged money from the diaspora, tried to keep the army. But during the trial of one of these people, the prosecutors started not to feel well, because for 20 minutes that person's property list was being read. And on October 27, Karen Demirjan and Vaskin Sarkisian were killed here by Armenian. So my time is up, but I want to tell, as Yekisha Challenge says, Armenian nation, your collective power ensure your victory. If we are together, if we are united, Armenia's future I see through European integration, but it demands a lot, because first of all we know but what means European integration. It means that our institutions and our society should be integrated into Europe. But are we ready? I think that we are ready, and we should work diligently to ensure that not only we have a good state, but also we need to save the state. Kohar Bardelian and Rubina Sadrian, please get ready. Dear colleagues, dear compatriots, today from this, a lot of problems were voiced from this podium, and security and military security, economic security. These topics were talked about, and I want to talk about cultural security. Whether our educational system is aimed at to the Republic of Armenia of 2024 and the future. What language will be spoken? What ideas should be possessed? And that is a big question. What should be inherited? What is our historical cultural security? Do we have standards? Historical cultural heritage and security should be strengthened by sovereignty, and the European integration will give that opportunity when we have European and the same values and the aspirations for security and well-being. We have our party has always talked about the necessity of the sovereignty of our city, and we want to say that step by step Armenian authority started to realize the process that the Republican Party has declared. Thank you. Ruben Asatryan. Armen Grigoryan, please get ready. Ruben Asatryan, Republic Party. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that in our region we are witnessing historical area, time period, and understanding, perceptions, philosophies, and insights are subject to change, and that this time period is very difficult. It is full of problems, and in order to solve those serious problems, the Armenian population needs to make difficult decisions and also will and determination. And the first serious decision is to get rid of the Russian influence. And in the public domain, there is a consensus that the future of the Republic of Armenia and that the development way is the European integration, about which, before the famous events, that the Republic Party was talking, persuading, and analyzing. We heard many speeches concerning European integration here, and also the political deepening of the political relations with the European Union, but in parallel with political relations, but for the Republic Party, economic development of economic relations with the European Union and the West also plays a great role. A huge market, qualified goods, great services, advanced technologies and ideas. And us, Armenia, should not be an observer and treat European Union as a nice window, but European window will open the doors, and Armenia will have an agenda and follow the economic interest. For Armenia, energy aspect is very important. We know that energy is the cornerstone of each state. And we know that our energy system has a great dependency on a non-friendly country, Russia, and as soon as possible, we need to initiate substantive negotiations in order to diversify energy sector, giving priority to the construction of a new nuclear power plant, and the leading technologies give open great opportunities for us, Eastern Partnership countries, and the nuclear reactors and their experience will be very important for the continual operation of Metsamor nuclear power plant, and our party. The construction of the new nuclear power plant with new technologies is an issue of security and urges Armenian authorities to take important steps and not to lose the historic opportunity. And in comparison to the civil contract party and the prime minister that consider the construction of the new nuclear power plant, they think as an economic problem. For us, it is also a political issue because it will be the guarantor of security. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure that the Prime Minister and the Civil Contract Party make such a differentiation between economic and political issues. The fact that a new nuclear power plant will be built, it is understandable because the old one is being worn out and the new one will be built, and in every state, nuclear power plant is not only an economic but also a political factor as any energy source. So anyway, I thought that I thought it to be my obligation to express around that. Dear Chair, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for organizing today's discussions. And up to now, there were seldom such the discussions, and I hope that we will have new meetings in the future as well. Now, so many topics were already have already been discussed that it is difficult to tell something new. But I will present some new points. So challenges, hybrid war, talked about, and in this context, we continuously see that there are careful attempts to diversify foreign policy, and but the disinformation, and there are attacks from disinformation from external players, and they're maybe seemingly not interconnected, but in all areas with Armenian players whose opinions are compatible, and this is one of the points. And the observing mission of the European Union, before its deployment, we have the campaign against it, and Armenian some circles accept it as spying. Even Zakharova was telling as if even hinting to Azerbaijan that they are spying against them, and then many problems. The Rome Statute and the military cooperation with India, and hatred speeches spread against Indians. And considering tomorrow's meeting in Brussels recently, there are again some complaints concerning the activities of European Union mission. And in this field, in this campaigning field, among the powers, forces, there are contradictory messages, but there is a point of contact that only Turkey can replace Russia, or EU acts through Turkey, or and 3+3 is the only formula, and that always we have the contact point, which is the interest of Russia. This, and we should be ready to expand activities against such challenges, and the concept of fight against disinformation that was adopted in December, and military communication should be improved both inside the country, and the fruits that the people that want to see results can be disappointed easily, and this exaggerated expectation, and the creators of exaggerated expectations will contribute to this, and it is necessary to improve the communication with colleagues outside or partners outside. That is so that there is not a false impression among journalists that it was the weakening of Russia in Ukraine, that it doesn't fulfill its obligations towards Armenia. And when talking about challenges, I would add to Levon Barsarian. He talked about Budapest and Prague events. And we need to remember that if from the notes starting from August 1, the bodyguards will leave, there is also Erebuni Airport, where there should be control as well. Those who enter and come out in order to avoid extra danger. And approaches have changed of France, Germany, and other countries, and there is a window of opportunity is open. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the deputies of civil contract gave an interview that there is a unified opinion concerning the European integration, and considering that the time is precious, political majority should have that sense of responsibility and the political will and make a decision. I fully agree. And Eastern and I agree with Mr. Edgar Khachaturian that at this moment we don't need referendum. Thank you. Հարություն Մկրտչյան. Khachatur Petrosyan. Please get ready. Thank you, dear Chair, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start from one crazy person throws the stone to the gorge, and then several smart people can't take the stone out of the place. So we can't. There was even one person here who was using the slang of licking the shoes or flattering. So I want him to go back to September 3, to go deeper to the transaction of property in return of debt, and at least there he will find two flattering or immediate supervisors flattering, or the slang phrasing licking the shoes. I learned from the press, Mr. Yeroyan, that our partners of CSTO, 4 countries, are getting ready to have military exercises jointly with Azerbaijan. I got familiar with Mr. Armen Grigorian's announcement that the CSTO is creating additional risks and security issues for Armenia. But as 100,000 citizens of the Republic of Armenia, I can't understand. So we stay in CSTO to do what? When should we make that decision? Because everything is said and everything was said about European integration, and they said, and with each of the speakers, so I share the points. But I came here and I voice these rhetorical questions. Why do you stay in the CSTO? Why do you stay in EU after the apricot war? When the Azerbaijani markets, Armenian apricots sale is forbidden. At that time, you should have started economic diversification process so that today Blinken and von der Leyen would not take hard efforts to protect Armenia from the threats coming from Russia. But you had the home task, and I think that you failed. And Mr. Yeroyan, and also Civil Contract Party, I think that you failed. And there was an announcement here. So that man came here, made a speech, and then just escaped because you didn't give a political and legal assessment to the previous one. Because in 2018, we believed that you'd come and you'd give justice and legal environment. I'm very sorry that you also felt this. And what concerns the European integration, here we will not allow you to fail. And here I want to state that people who have gathered here and our citizens will do everything that Romania will make a strategic decision. And if the decision by the Prime Minister refers to this, then we support you, we completely support you, and I have a proposal so that such discussions, similar discussions, be more frequent, so that, especially in this part, those who have stolen the population's emotions and those who carry out the services or the tasks of European Federal Security Service of Russia, and they committed their tasks. So we need European integration because it will It will protect us from external security. It's not just like September when a politician went to Eurasia Economic Union and to the Customs Union telling that I'm solving a security issue and presented a 4-day war to our compatriots, and it came as a heritage to your political party. So please don't retreat, and this ordinary citizens support you have, and go to the street and ask questions to the citizens concerning the CSTO, and you will see what kind of radical opinion and radical answers they will have. Summing up, one politician says that the CSTO creates problems, and then Deputy Foreign Minister said that we expect things from a CSTO. Please make a decision, and make a strategic decision for CSTO. For EU, you will not have, because Lavrov has already made this decision, and it has sent messages. Lavrov has made, but I want to tell one thing to our population: let it be a present or previous oligarch or owner. Don't frighten the population with difficult or hard economic times. Sovereignty, and we have sovereignty and independence of the Republic of Armenia, and becoming a Russian province. We choose independence. After your speech, I have one question. Խաչատուր Պետրոսյան. Խաչատուր Պետրոսյան. Non-partisan. I completely share the person's opinions that see Armenia in the way to European integration. I share all the ideas, so I will not repeat again all the ideas. I want to talk about another thing. Mr. Yeroyan, today the authorities have organized such hearings to know the society's opinion, and myself being a representative of the society, I want to know, will the authorities take a step back? Because all of us, we have seen in 2013, we already have that example. We don't know what can happen tomorrow. How can we know? And we have felt it on our skin. I want to tell, dear people, if when God gave loyalty to nations, why He gave so much loyalty to Armenians? We lost Nakhiv Jevan, we lost Artsakh. Again, are we loyal to our military, to the military ally? And what about, wasn't the war of 2020 enough for us? We all the time, we keep being loyal. If we just if we had less loyalty, maybe in 2021, we would not have May events. We would not have those hundreds of victims, and we would not lose lands and territories again after May events. No, we keep being loyal to our military, the so-called big brother. And we had to organize hearings, similar hearings at that time, so that we would not have September events in 2022. Because we lost territories and we lost human lives. in why we would have ethnic cleansing in Artsakh, and after that only to understand and to tell that it's stop. And sometimes we forget that we are so loyal, because sometimes we should also think about our national interests. We should pursue our national interests. No, you can't blame any nation, because each state is guided by their national interests, and also Russia. So we should determine that in our this is our country, this is our foreign policy, and we should bring our country in a way that our foreign policy will coincide with the national interests of Armenia. I see Armenia with European habits, customs, and I see Armenia with European values. Mr. Yegoyan, in my opinion, and those people who had speeches today, delivered speeches, and they expressed their opinions, I think that Armenian authorities heard the nation's voice, and now we need to act, and the actions should be undertaken by the authorities. Thank you, Mr. Petrosyan. Yeah, that's why this hearing is organized, to be able to listen to people's opinion. This is the whole essence, the whole meaning, to listen to people's. And thank you for your speech. Vazgen Galesyan. Vazgen Galesyan, Eurasia International University. Dear compatriots, dear colleagues, now we are discussing the topic of European integration of the Republic of Armenia. Mr. Yegoyan, thank you for organizing this hearing. For many years, studying the political processes and seeing the events happening in the political process, I have an opinion that we have two differentiated opinions, pro-Russian and pro-West. Which one is more realistic and which one is more important and necessary for us, for Armenians? The history showed that, and we also learned lessons, but many wide layers of society also even didn't learn those lessons, that Russian and following the Russians, and we lost and kept losing. We lost Karabakh, we lost our historical territories, and we reached the point where our sovereignty is at risk, and we are blamed because we let the Russian agents, their network, to make decisions instead of us. Up to 2018, ruling authorities had pro-Russian orientation, and they wanted to go after Russia and to persuade the population and the people that Russia is the one to save us, and but even a person with low intellectual abilities will understand that Russia having Russia-Turkey alliance. In 2018, we gave you, Mr. Yegoyan, a mandate to take Armenia in another direction that will bring us to a level that we will really have a sovereign state. There's not a country that will depend on Russia or another country. I understand that small countries, willing or not willing, will have to choose and to trust, to rely on some state, but the experience showed that Russia is not the best, if not the worst option. Now we are talking about the topic of European integration, and I think that in Armenian diplomacy, this is a very important and big achievement, because in the Armenian diplomacy, Armenia's European integration will be a victory, and not only for Armenians, but also for you, for your power, for your authorities, Mr. And in internal life of the society, we have problems in the political apparatus, in education, and all those problems need solution. For 6 years, you have been in power, and we hope that all those problems will find their solutions. But but you have been hesitating concerning many issues, and I'm really hopeful that later on you will have the speed. Of course, when solving political issues, comprehensive studies are necessary, but we should not forget about speed, because loss of time can have very painful results. I want to remember one episode from my army, and in the September War, and in the Nerkinhand village during the 2-day war in the village in parallel to us, there were also Russian armed forces, and what they did, what the Russian armed forces did during the war, they went to the positions, took their weapons and left their positions, and only appeared in the way when everything was already over. As they came as armed forces who came as if to save us. Mr. Makashchan, our colleagues from Armenian authorities will answer your question. Please don't leave. And we should remove all pro-Russian or Russian forces from our countries. They are to blame, but we are also to blame because we need to have the right diplomacy and we need to have the right strategy. Always blame Azeris, the Turkish people. But I want to tell that Turkey has a very well developed strategy and diplomatic levels. They ensure their victories, and somehow we suffer losses. And I'm very happy to say that this is a precondition of an important victory, and I am very hopeful that with the process of European integration, we'll be able to reach a victory, leaving the zone of Russian influence to enter European Union and use European Union for the development of the Republic of Armenia. And the judicial and the legal, in the judicial and legal system, we also have very serious issues. After 2018, we were hopeful that many politicians who abused their power and would be imprisoned, but many of them are in the National Assembly today, and I think we need snap elections, because the National Assembly or the Parliament that we have today in this composition, it can't enter the European Union with this composition, and the politicians that you were blaming and you were instead of being imprisoned, those politicians appear in the National Assembly. I wish wisdom, reasonableness to the authorities, and please, and don't abuse the trust coming from the society, because the nation, the population give their mandate to you, and use it properly. Thank you. Mr. Galasian, only one observation. For those people who appeared in this meeting call, people appeared here after the snap elections in 2021. On the one hand, you talk about European integration, and then you say that people appeared here. They appeared. Why these people appeared? Yeah, because they got their votes, like in European democratic countries. It happens, and both there, here as well. Many people don't like when this or that politician appears in their countries' parliaments, and in our case as well. The opposite would be contrary to the process of European integration of the when the parliament or the authorities would decide who should appear in the National Assembly and who not. But people who committed crimes against the state, against the statehood, are here. Mr. Yeroyan, we are not talking about the fact that democratic values deriving from the democratic values, they appeared in the parliament. Yeah, of course, we all understand that democracy is the process that took place, but before appearing in the National Assembly, these people, you have been in power starting from 2018, and you have had time to punish these people, and you didn't use that time properly, and I hope that later on you will be able to use that time properly. And the people who sold their the state homeland, now they sit here and they deliver their speeches and they even criticize you. And I think that it will not be also pleasant or enjoyable for you. So I hope that one day they will appear in the right place for them. But of course, it is not pleasant for us. But not in life. We are guided by the things of when something is pleasant or not pleasant to us. We are guided by what the current existing resources and opportunities allow us. So let's not make this into a debate. Yeah, I accept it. I will take it. So whatever you say, whatever as a criticism having elements of legitimacy, it is possible to have such an opinion, but please also consider the opposite opinion in order to do whatever corresponds to opinion, what is necessary and what can be legal, European, etc. Mr. Mukashchan. March 1. So, Mr. Mukashchan, let's not make this into a debate. Of course, it was wrong. Oh, sorry. The person that had that made the speech. Yeah, but that person who made his speech had the freedom to tell his speech, and people react to such opinions by their votes during elections. Thank you, Mr. Galician, please. I haven't argued with everyone within these 4 hours. You are the first person, and it will not be right for us to. So another, I would not like us. So later on, there will be many discussions, and it will be good to continue this topic, maybe in and also with a live broadcast. Thank you. Mr. Tonyan, you wanted to deliver your speech. Thank you, Mr. Yeroyan, for this opportunity, for organizing this hearing. Of course, it is very important to listen to our colleagues' opinions. And so I followed some of the speeches in my room, and then I listened to some of them here, and I wanted to listen to them to speak. But as far as there are situations when you feel that there is a necessity by the authority or by the faction to express opinion tete-a-tete or face-to-face, and I would like to refer to 2 things. Concerning the last observation, whatever I said, Mr. Yogan already said that deriving from European values in the Republic of Armenia, the election results are not fake, and we should accept the results no matter whether they are we like them or not, and we are not the best judge, but the voters are to judge, and they will decide whether to elect this or that political power or not. And when in other cases, whenever we tell people that you have done this, you have committed this or that crime, and this refers already to the judicial sector, to the law enforcement bodies. But of course, in the judiciary system, we had problems from the very beginning because it is not possible to solve everything very quickly, and maybe anyway, I accept criticism in the part that there are many aspects or places that we were slow, but maybe we could be more quick, and maybe we could have made other decisions. But this is not a justification, but just an objective reality. And factually, we had like free time or spare time only in 2019, which was post-revolutionary year, the first year, and after that we had COVID, war, and all other things. And in this respect, the authorities had to fight, and had to struggle and take steps in various directions. And what concerns the European integration, our colleagues said that started to blame that before blaming others, we should blame us first. Also blame not also, but first of all, we should start blaming us for several things. European integration for us starts from very simple things. For example, exportation, diversification is talked a lot, or energy topic is talked a lot about. But European markets' doors are not closed before us. The fact that our goods are not exported to the European market is the problem is with us, and the problem is connected with the problems. Because first of all, we need to ensure to produce goods that correspond to European standards. And this may seem very easy, but it is a very difficult situation and it will not happen very quickly. That's why we need, because there should be standards, control over those standards, and the government is working very intensively in this respect. But I want us to remember one thing. When we say European integration, what do we understand? We understand only the formal status, the procedure, or for us, European integration is first of all the society's economic and the social life quality. I think it is first of all the second circumstance. There are EU member states that are stay behind us, but there are also countries which are not EU members. But for democracy and also for the rule of law, they are at a higher level. So I'm for emphasizing the content and not the formal procedures. And maybe in 20 seconds I will finish my speech. I understand the nature of all the speeches, everything is understandable, but we need to consider that often for people who are in authorities, not sometimes, but always, it is very difficult for them to make decisions. Of course, there are things that may sound pleasant to the ear, or there are steps that we can recommend, and there are prospects, and the title is not accidental because there are prospects and there are challenges as well. So all the risks and the benefits and the damages, and considering all of them, the government of the Republic of Armenia will take the country to the direction that will ensure a higher level of security, well-being, and happier citizens. And the speed, the ways can be discussed, but I think that the determination is out of the question. Thank you. So I will have mine was 16. Dear colleagues, first of all, I wanted to thank you for all the expressed opinions. With very few exceptions, one or two exceptions, the opinions that were expressed, well, with only one exception, and it does not refer to you, Mr. Mukashjan. All the opinions were very useful, and it also doesn't refer to you. Not to the second part of the discussion. All the opinions were very important, also the positions. But, you know, I don't want us to have an impression that we are discussing whether it is good to be closer to the European Union or to have, or maybe not to be a member state like that. No, it's not the question like this. Even the title that you see, the new prospects and challenges of European integration of Armenia. So this was not written by one person in 1 minute. This was written in several days. A group of people worked on it, and each word was thought about. We are not discussing whether it is good or whether it is good to be a EU member or not. Of course, for small countries, especially for small countries, usually benefit from being an EU member state because they will give little and will get more in comparison. But here it's not the question, but the question is the following. What new prospects are open for Armenia at this moment? Not what we had 1 year ago or what would happen in 2 years ago. We are not, if we go back in butterfly effect, what would happen if you change one element in the past, the whole past picture is changed, and this is a wrong approach at this moment. What new prospects exist? What opportunities exist objectively, irrespective of our political positions and viewpoints, and what the new prospects can come here. We often use the European integration phrase as if it is only one process, just one step process, or like entering the room. You open the door and you enter. No, it's not like this. European integration process, even for EU member states, is not finished yet. There are many stages of European integration. For example, economic integration so I'm just telling the average opinion of theoreticians. There are stages. Many of the EU member states are in the fourth stage, and they haven't even passed to the subsequent stage. And there are also countries, as Mr. Tunyan said, who are not EU member states. Let's take Montenegro. Montenegro is not a EU member state, but is in Eurozone. That is, it took euro and made it its currency without being an EU member state. So this is not a one linear process that you finish one phase and then pass on to the phase. No, this is multi-layered and multi-stage process. And Armenia, in my initial speech, I said that if Armenia does nothing, we don't do anything else, but just ensures proper enforcement of the agreement, it is already European integration. And Mr. Tunyan noted it very well, that the proper enforcement implementation of the agreement will open such opportunities for us that by themselves will open also political opportunities. First, the political door can be opened, and then the technical door. So both options are acceptable. I want to say that European integration is, first of all, how to formulate. It's an internal process. What is European integration? It is alignment of your internal discipline to the European standards. For example, Switzerland. Switzerland is not an EU member and will hardly ever wish to become an EU member, or Norway. Britain left was, but they took the standards, the norms. They understood that the standards were good, the criteria were good. They joined, and of course their relations are much closer because they have a unified market. Or other examples can also be brought. For example, Israel, which has another agreement with European Union, or Georgia, which all that I said what kind of agreement it has signed. Our goal of such discussions is to discuss exactly now at this moment what are the prospects ahead of us, just in front of us, and by them to go forward in a harmless way. Because when you talk about European Parliament's resolutions, that European Parliament, those resolutions didn't appear from nothing. And do you think that the deputies of the European Parliament immediately entered and they learned everything about our region, about Armenia, about our problems? It is also work carried out with them. And of course, not every meeting was photographed and posted on Facebook, but efforts were made, and it is our task to continue those tasks, to formulate exact, proper expectations, and to serve those expectations. We have many things to do. We've listened to you, to your opinions, not only in this hall, but also on different platforms. And we have the political task to serve those expectations in a literate way. Technically serve your political expectations. To go and to implement them in a useful way for the Republic of Armenia. Once again, thank you. Thank you for this discussion. With other formats, or also maybe with the format of parliamentary hearings, we can also have meetings. I'm always available for your observations, everyone's considerations. With many attendees, we work here, we exchange ideas. So each observation that you have, you know my place, and you know also the place of other deputies. Please apply to us, to them, and we'll move forward in this direction. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Parliamentary hearing is over.
Ձեր անունը ի՞նչ է։